wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. How we doing out there? Welcome back. Ready to get after another day here, of course, and it's looking good in the market right now as the market's flying high as we're up there to 753 new high. And will Micron continue the rally? Will we hit quad digits today at 962 and continuing the climb? I hope somebody was playing even Micron this morning, as you were already able to see a nice 40-point liftoff just from 545 this morning. So this is why you play the 24-hour market. If you actually look here, when we closed at 8 p.m., look at that surge. This is what I've been talking about more with traders and traders on Trade the Pool. Take advantage of the full hours that you have here. The advantage is only right here. Trade the Pool, guys. Let's get after the action. Let's talk about what's going on in the market. Of course, we'll get to some stock trade ideas coming up with the playbook. And we got, of course, the Sunrise Report to give you guys what stocks are moving and why. SPY continuing the drive here. We'll look for the next drive to come in. As we continue to see this drive, will we see another continued all-out rally? And yesterday, broadening out the rally, right? Basic materials, industrials rallying. I still have two trades on. One trade that I'm going to have to clarify. I don't know what happened there. Johnson & Johnson somehow got a misprint that I need to fix. But hey, that's how it goes. Sometimes there's always going to be a little bit of some issues. Let's keep focused on what's going on in the market. Let's go to some play ideas for today. What can you look at? Well, I got two trades on and more for you guys. Let's get to the action. All right, let's get to the playbook here. Let's talk about what's going on. Long Micron, of course. Why not? Why not just continue riding the party? The party's going strong, and it looks like this is the new one to watch, of course. And then what's tonight? Tonight's one of the biggest reports out there is Marvell, and that's going to really closely affect Micron tonight. So watch for that action. And what I'm looking for is a continued run into the market and then maybe a potential takedown as we get closer towards the end of the day. We'll see what happens here. This is a trade that you could be maybe long, short, and on the front side of the trade right now early, and then look to see what happens towards the end of the day. I think you might see a quick takedown. We'll see what happens, as of course then the earnings will depend on how the stock opens tomorrow. All right, let's keep going. We'll talk about some other trade ideas. Let's talk about Dell and take a look here at a high flyer. I've talked about this name. I don't think too many people have, as this has been a over 100% move for the year, up there to 305 and continuing. So it doesn't want to stop. It's made like a 30% move in the last 3 days. So I'm going to look to see if this can continue just to run. Same thing. Looking for quick pullbacks to get bought up and then a push right back through the highs. We'll look to see if it can continue to push. Of course, earnings also are slated today after the bell, acting as an ultimate momentum, of course, for the test. We'll see what happens. This stock has been completely taken off on what? On $43 billion AI server backlog. That's what's really changed Dell. Dell is no longer your computers. It is your servers. And that's one thing that you need to get out of your head. I know a lot of people think Dell and they think, the laptops. That's not what's driving the bottom line here, of course. All right, let's go to the next one here. This was one of the disaster stocks of the night, which was Zscaler, and it's continued down. I was watching it this morning early, and I was thinking it could continue down a little bit further. It's already done that, about 4 or 5 points, so it's going to be a little bit harder here now to see the short as you're continuing to drop. But that's just one thing to think about, right? So we'll see what happens with this. Can we get the bounce towards the bell? Right now, I'm thinking it's still a short, but you would want it to get back towards kind of like the first reaction. So it'd be kind of like a green to red trade. I'd want it to get up into this box area, 150, 155, and then look for a fade off towards the end of the day. We'll see what happens there in Zscaler. Of course, this stock went down because of the guidance. That's what really would happen here. Recent news, of course, was actually pretty good, but the softer than expected revenue guidance affecting the stock. All right, guys, we'll talk about the theme today. Oil down rotation continued to play book. Continued to play in executed perfection yesterday. We talked about multiple plays for you guys. We talked about how it would affect the XLI, how it would affect those industrial plays, how it would affect the XLE and the energy trade to the downside. I mean, just look at that trade that I was able to give you guys yesterday, right before the bell. You could have been trading the XLE, shorting into that first pop, 59.26. It's now 56.64. So really good trade given right here. This is why you guys come. This is why you guys show up. I mean, I can't tell you how many times the playbook has hit. So another one today, and we'll look to see if we continue to push towards new direction. All right, guys, let's take a look around in the market out there. Looking pretty good. Looking for some continued upside momentum. Let's go over now to the Sunrise Report where we tell you what stocks are moving and why. Got a lot to talk about there, so let's get right to it. All right, the memory trade has been on, and we're going to continue to watch to see as Micron continues to cross that 1 trillion mark, and South Korea is joining the club, right? So it looks like you're seeing this massive memory just breakout, right? The only question is what will kind of break it, right? Because right now, the strength is as strong as it's ever been. The AI bit is continuing to move down the supply chain into anything that stores and moves a bit. Goldman just raised its year-end S&P target to 8,000 from 76 on the back of this earnings tape. Crude is bleeding into Iran ceasefire optimism, even as the U.S. strikes continue in southern Iran. And the same split message that, of course, powered this rally is still intact going into the bell. Today's tension, software is gapping up the wrong way, as you guys see it here. Of course, Zscaler, disaster stock, and there's a couple other ones like VRRM on the tape that are getting hit. But software, we know how it is. It's been the anchor. Right. If you think about the S&P 500 futures were up, Nasdaq futures are up, Dow futures are up, and the Dow is up over 50,000. Yes, Pam, you can go and you can get out of the cave. The Dow is over 50,000. And I don't know if you guys saw the Trump post out there. Ridiculous post, but it said to check your 401ks. So you might want to take a look because going higher, of course, with the S&P breaking new highs and continuing to push. We'll see what else is out there. Let's talk about some overnight drivers here. Of course, the memory mania continues to go on as SX, Hendrix, and Micron, of course, and all these Asian semis ran hard. You had all the Asian markets up, so that just goes to show us that the hyperscalers are running short on HBM. Supply contracts, of course, are getting longer, and pricing power is still sitting with the memory makers for the first time in a long time, right? I mean, this is the first time they ever had this type of move, and we're continuing to see it with names just trickling down, right? WDC this morning lifting from 535 to 555. This is called leaders to laggard. I talked about this yesterday, how you could definitely see these names start to get the lift as you saw the continued up action. And we were talking about that right at the bell. That's back when STX was at 840s. STX is now trading up there almost to 900. Another 100 points. Where was that given? Right here on Trade the Pool. You can't get it anywhere else, guys. I'll tell you that right now. We're just continuing to fire off trades. I hope you guys are enjoying the action and enjoying some of the trade setups because we just keep on winning. All right, let's keep taking a look at some other trade ideas. Let's keep going through the sunrise, and we'll keep talking about the market. Goldman, of course, to 8,000 is definitely something to talk about. But Iran, of course, peace talks and live fire. Rubio said overnight that the wording on the initial agreement is days away. U.S.'s self-defense strikes in southern Iran is in the same window. So we'll see what happens. Of course, other people said that it fired first and that we fired. I mean, who knows, right? At the end of the day, it involved an F-35 and several drones in airspace. So who knows what happened there, really. Hormuz tankers are escorting again, and so that's one thing to think about. Brent at 99.18, oil continuing to break that 100 mark, and I think that's the real telling sign. Just continue to watch it. If oil is below 100, I think we're looking good. Above 100, signs of concern again. All right, let's continue going. Let's take a look here. Post Memorial Day reopen, of course, ran on some small caps and the memory names. IWM had a good day. We'll continue to see if the IWM has a good day. But Intel, of course, also a notable drag after Northland's downgrade to market perform. But looking how it's driving up right now, this just goes to show you, even a downgrade can't stop the continued action to the upside. Qualcomm. Continuing to the upside right now on the BitDance supply deal. So Qualcomm putting out some more positive news and continuing its positive momentum. Let's go to some pre-market movers. Let's go to a disaster stock of the day. That's VRRM. Complete disaster in software. This thing going from 13 now to 586. Down over 49%. Smart mobility software cratered after Avis Budget Group terminated its rental car tolling contract effective September 2026. A 20-year partnership, the management said, that was in an extension talks just days ago. Analyze hit here 135 to 145 million in revenue. This is how you completely destroy a company. Deutsche Bank cutting it to hold with a $9 price target. You know where they were before? At $22. Talk about some lemmings out there. But yeah, the analysts out there, don't trust them one bit, man. I don't even know why they're called analysts, because it doesn't take much to tell me that you want to bring the price target down when you were at $22 and you didn't expect that these extension talks could potentially bring it down further. Well, you should have been moving that price target before this, Deutsche Bank. So it just goes to show you, be careful for those rating changes. We'll keep bringing rating changes, but I always think they're one of the, let's say, the scummiest part of the business. Zscalers, let's talk about it, down 22% Q3 fiscal 26, beating the top line. But watch what happened to this one after hours, as it just continued to bleed and hasn't pulled back, right? Well, you need to continue to see what happens here. It's cited higher than planned CapEx for AI security infrastructure, and the fiscal 27 ARR growth guide of 16 to 17% was a deceleration from 24%. So that's one thing to definitely note. Definitely something to kind of take a look at it. All right, we'll see what else is out there, guys. Micron up 9% in continuation. Marvell up 2%. Qualcomm up 2%, and a lot to take a look into. There is a stock that had some phase 2 reading, so we can kind of take a look at that. That's APGE. Let's take a look to see how it's moving off of that phase 2 report. So it looks like it's getting here a drop and then a pop. We'll see what happens. Can it recover? And of course, these drug stocks can move very quickly. So just wanted to mention that the phase 2 Apex Part B readout, it's a primary biotech readout. I don't know too much about this. I'm not even going to try to name the drug, but it's pretty much an interesting one. Now that I did give some scenarios that you can look into the Sunrise report, of course, where you can catch the sunrise, you got to get to the Discord, of course. So get to the Discord if you want some of this action, some of this information. A clean beat, of course, on efficacy at 30 to 50% was the positive outlook. The negative would have been, of course, it catches lower than that 35 to 55 outlook, right? So we'll see what happens. Regeneron, of course, could catch a relief bid, and that's a little added bonus in the Sunrise report for you. So let's take a look to see if Regeneron is catching a little bit of some relief bid, and it's just holding in there, not doing much on this news right now. We'll see if it gets to move towards the open. All right, other than that, today's calendar, of course, you got some other names coming in here, but of course, the big corporate wire will be all focused on Marvell's earnings tonight, and Dell, of course. Those two are the main kind of ones leading the show. All right, guys, we'll keep talking about the action out there. How we doing out there? It's good to see you guys. And let's check in with the chat. Good morning to you, Joe. Good morning to you, Nigel. all you guys out there, say hello. If you're new to the show, it's good to see you guys, and get ready because it's another one-on-one battle day, and I'm excited to kick things off, guys. We're going to have a great day today and keep pushing, of course. We'll see what happens out there in the market. Right now, of course, Picard doing good for me, and that's kind of the one stock that I'm watching this morning. We'll see if it can continue to climb higher. Gilead, Picard, and others, right? So looking to continue taking some trades. Should have some Johnson & Johnson. Need to work out what I'm going to do with that because I should have the position. Somehow I was cut out last night, but I'll be resolving that a little bit later today. But we'll be looking to see if Johnson & Johnson can continue to climb. I did dip by this yesterday. I think it's a really nice stock that could easily recover today. We'll see what happens. All right, guys, let's continue to look at another name here. Of course, I have Picard, but I also had Gilead, and I hung in on this one, looking to see if it can rebound today. I really want to see it clear 135, so I don't want to see it start breaking back down into, of course, the prior's day low. So that's kind of what I'll be watching. Of course, it could come back towards near break even here, so I'm going to be keeping a close eye towards the bell. All right, guys, get around out there, guys. Get ready because we got the one-on-one battle coming up. So keep signing up for those battles. We're going to do more and more of those, and excited to keep watching some of the action here today. All right, how's it going out there, traders? What's going on with you guys? It's good to see you guys out there, and we'll be getting into some more action here. Let's keep watching the markets and see what else we can come up with today. All right, guys, let's keep taking a look to see what else is out there right now. It's 8:48, and we got a little bit more before Michael Noss gets on, so it's time for Money Mitch to just kind of shoot it with you guys and take a look into the market. Where do you guys want to take a look? And I'll take a look into the chat. Any stocks you guys want me to cover? We can talk about DXYZ and all the IPOs that are coming out, right? We're going to do some education today, so I have multiple educations that we can get to. Excited to see this one pull back because that gives me an opportunity potentially to see the rebound as we get closer and closer to IPO. Of course, there's some things to think about with that SpaceX. We'll talk a little bit more about it today. I think we'll do a little bit of some SpaceX video, and I got some other things that we can get into, but I think the SpaceX is definitely a good conversation. All right, let's keep pushing out there, guys. I'm looking for some other trades, of course, and one thing that I did see yesterday, of course, was that basic materials. So watching names like LAU, watching names like OKLO, right? The nuclear names have been strong as of late. And overall, I'm just seeing kind of that energy move, right? FSIL was just an absolute monster, and it started to fade off yesterday. So I'm starting to think that we're getting finally a little bit of some pullback in the independent power producers. So if you're looking for a short and you think that we're going to actually fade off a little bit today, this could be a great short opportunity. I think this stock has gone way too high. It's definitely speculative name, and I think it's on kind of that time to just fade right back down, right back down into the 20 spot is what I can kind of see, and it's already fading this morning. We'll see what happens if we start to see also like a name like Bloom Energy give up. That could be a telling sign that, yeah, you're getting that downside action, right? And I'm looking for it because I want to rebuy into CEG, names that I was able to get an amazing trade last week, and looking for pullbacks to get right back in. All right, guys, let's keep it partying out here. Let's see what else is out there. Plug Powers is another one. It's been a strong one. Could be starting to come back down if we see FSIL also break down. And then, of course, Velo. I've talked about this name countless times. 3D also been given here. And I talked about this before, guys. I talked about this when it was down here in the 17s and 18s. This continued to run to 25s and continuing to push right now. More and more mentions, of course, into space. And then if you look at 3D printing, right, 3D systems up there to 351, 360s. I gave you guys this below $3, and it's continuing to rally now. We'll look to see if there's some more plays that we can play off of this. But 3D printing also getting the lift. Solar also an area to kind of keep watch. I talked about yesterday, First Solar is getting the push and continuing to drive. Today it gaps up and continues to push higher. I talked about this could be a nice like kind of runaway breakout trade. And of course, if you look at the monthly on First Solar, it held really well in the 200, Could be breaking the 280, getting up there right back into the 300s there for First Solar, and it's doing it fast, right? With that being mentioned, I talked about yesterday, maybe taking a chance on like a run or maybe like an EMPH, right? But it's really SEDG that's been doing well also with this run in FSLR. And then NXT, of course, is going to be kind of your stock that is, of course, a AI related solar name, right? And this could be pushing right back up there towards the 150s. I really like the undercut today. I'm looking for a little pullback out the gates below 130s. That could be an opportunity there in some solar stocks. All right, let me see if I can get you guys, catch you guys in the chat here, see if I can see any kind of chat comments to kind of take a look into. All right, let's go. Let's go. Silver down, says Nigel. We can take a look at that. I see some tickers out there. Feel free, producer, to just throw up the tickers and I'll just pull them from there as I can run through a little bit of some quick ticker time for you guys. I don't mind it. Just sometimes it's hard to scroll through the chat here. It's a little bit harder than some other ones, but there you go. I see UFO mentioned. I see some other ones there. Let me put this a little bit on the bigger screen here. Bigger screen, bigger screen. All right, there we go. Let's go do UFO. Let's talk about some other ones there. Putting this full screen here so I can see it a little better. All right, let's go. UFO. UFO has been, of course, on the absolute tear because it's an ETF in space and it has access to Rocket Lab and, of course, some of the top of breed in UFO. So that, of course, looking great here. We'll look to see how much UFO can continue to rally. It's up there almost to 70, but it's definitely a gap away, right? What I mean by a gap away, you have that huge push away, and now you're really far on the Bollinger Band higher. So at some point, this is going to come crashing down. Does it mean it needs to do it right now? No, but I'll tell you one thing. It's never been this far away from the Bollinger Band. Telling you more and more, this is the strongest move it's ever had in its history, UFO. So in my eyes, you continue to ride it, but you're very careful for momentum coming back at you. Understand where you want to take the profits if you're in this already long and you're thinking, hey, I need to take some profits at some point, right? Well, make sure that you understand that point, and if the trade comes back at you, you also know where your out is. Let's keep the party going. Let's look for some more stocks in the opportunity out there. I see NASA also just mentioned there. I don't mind just going to it and taking on some other trades. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. We'll see what happens out there. I do see some of the trades mentioned there. I do see, let's go to NASA. Of course, NASA is a little bit different, right? You have some other exposure there, but really nice move there. Let's go to RDW now. I've seen also mentioned, but NASA is the same thing as UFO, just extension running away. RDW space stock running away, but a little bit of a better move, right? Why? Because you've been in such consolidation for so long. So this is what I always look for. You want to see a consolidation pattern. You want to see a nice trend line break. Of course, I always like long-term trend line breaks. That's exactly what you got in this chart, right? A long chart, right? So pretty much for like a year, it was on the downtrend. And then all of a sudden, pick up, right? Push, pull back, push, pull back, rips. Right now it's just running away. Now we're getting towards the resistance though. Big resistance at 25. I think you're going to have a little bit of trouble once you get towards that 25. And today you pushed above the 25 and now you're starting to reject that 25. So watch for potential resistance to show up at 25s, right? So if it can clear 25 and actually start holding, let's say 26, 27, then yeah, you can continue just to drive higher on this. Let's go to the next name. Keep it going here. ASTC. I love the ticker time. I love you guys throwing it up there. And I'll keep it going. I'll go fast on this one. We'll go 1 minute chart here. So this is a quick drive type of name that pulled back to the 9 EMA, trying to reload here at the 650s. You don't want to see it break through the 6, right? Because you start to break through the 6, you start to really crash, right? So undercuts towards the 6 is a good look, but not breaking this level right here of the $6. So I like this undercut and rally right back. Now you want to see it start to hold a higher low trend and get going, right? So in my eyes, you could even draw like a trend line here, and it shouldn't break this trend line anymore. if you want it to break out to 8. So we'll see what happens. It can tap it, but we shouldn't break it, right? Close below that, I would already be on the defense. So right there, you could maybe be taking a shot off of kind of the 640 area and look to see if you take 7 and get above, right? So let's see if it takes 7 right here in front of you guys, breaking down a penny stock. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe. Boom, get after it, traders. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep the party alive. Let's go Ouster Rando in the chat. It's good to see you, Rando. How's the moms doing? I hope she's killing it on some trades. Tell her DXYZ, right? That would have been the perfect trade for her. I think, we know how she loves those big returns. Does she have Micron? Does she have Micron, Rando? Let's take a look here. Ouster, of course, you're talking LiDAR. And I think this is a great one to bring up, man, because I do think that you're talking good stocks here. And LiDAR is not just for EVs, right? LiDAR can be used in many different ways, right? And I think this is something to think about. Look at the 4-month chart. You're really breaking out on this chart. You're breaking new highs. You're continuing to run. I like this name, man. I'd look at the hourly chart, right? The hourly chart has kind of been that fresh breakout. Let's go to the 4-hour chart to clean it up, right? So pullbacks to the trend line, you're looking good. Undercuts underneath that, you're fine as long as you get quick moves that pull back and then push right back out. So let's say today 42s get hit, that's fine. What you don't want to see, at least for me, what would negate this trade is a move back into the 39s and 38s, right? But for right now, as long as you can hold any pullbacks, you're still looking good for actions, especially something like, let's say we're right here. We could see a quick little attempt back down to 42s and then that move where it just goes higher and continues to push towards a new level. All right, we'll see what happens to that, guys. That would be like kind of a push like that, right? So it kind of comes back a little bit, comes into the support, and then pushes out of there. Even if it just drives out the gates, not a bad trade there, but you're looking for a takeout and a close above 45.45, which is, of course, your horizontal high from not yesterday, but yesterday in the pre-market, right? So yesterday pre-market, you want to see that get taken out and then push above it. Not a bad look there. Let's go to another stock. Let's keep the party alive. It's 8:58. We should be joined in a couple seconds here by Michael Noss, and then I'll get after that. Let's keep the party alive. Let's keep some stocks here going. Mitch, I did buy Micron last year when it came down to the 87. Let it rain for my man. Where's that money? Where's that money? Someone drop a good money sign, because that's called money right there, man. And I hope you still got a little piece of that, right? It hasn't been a bad one, but looks like somehow the scanners got brought up there. Okay? There you go. Yeah, just a little lag on my end. I don't know. EV Mux lives one of the best out there in the market. Let's keep taking a look into the market here, guys. I'm having a good time with you guys. I appreciate you guys bringing up some stocks in the chat. That's always fun. Let's keep it going. Let's see what else mentioned. I saw CEG. Ooh, that's a good one. That was one of my best trades last week. Sold it a little early. I will say this swing, one that I should have held, right? This is where I tell you guys why I'm moving towards the bot. It's not because I can't find the names. It's because sometimes I can't hold them to the longer period reward, and I get a little bit anxious. I think it's also part of the show, right? Because I come on the show, I want to trade, I want to give you guys new ideas every single day, and that's just a part of it, right? That's just something that I need to learn. So ways around that, continuing to hold based on the rules. The rules would tell me that what? Well, I look at the EMA, right? And I use the EMAs, right? And I use the 9. So as long as the 9 doesn't break on the daily, I essentially don't need to be out on this trade, but you see it break away from the 9 on this trade, and it's just too far now, right? So it's kind of hard to say that I'm going to hold all the way down to 288, right? So those are things that we need to be thinking about when you get this fast move. Sometimes you just might need to take the profits because it's just so fast, an extension away from that 9, that I'm just like, yeah, I can't really be mad about taking the money and running on this name. All right, let's get to some trade action. You guys know where time it is. It's 9 a.m. Let's keep the party alive. Let's bring on the bull himself, Michael Noss.
What's going on, man?
What's up?
Another beautiful day in paradise. Another new all-time
Yeah.
high for all that celebrate, which is always
The,
funny.
the only question is, will we get the quad digits Micron? It wants it.
Maybe
It wants it.
it's close, right? That's the
I'll tell
only.
you.
We talked about this yesterday. It's percentage-wise, that's 0.1%. It's like 5. If at max, we're at. Geez, read mine. I
963.
thought. Yeah, so it's like
963,
2%
man.
away. Can
it's right there.
Can Micron move in 2%? Sure. Yeah, it's just figuring out what the.
All right. Well, lunch bet. You and I. Do we hit 4 digits today?
Yeah, I would say.
You're taking the 4 digits.
Sure, I'll take it.
I'm gonna be that guy that says we go to like 995.
It would take the volume that does. It would take a lot to chill out. I think it would be a big deal to.
Let's see it.
Put a brick there. That'd be a funny brick wall. But
okay, so we'll set it at
one tweet
at
tanks the market, and you're right, 100%. Right.
Let's set it at a time that we're here, because if not, then it's no fun. So let's do 10:45. It has to break by 10:45.
10:45. Yeah, I'd say.
I'm giving you an hour and 15 into the market. Hour and 15. That's not bad.
Little opening range pop. That's fine. That makes sense. And
All
then
right, let's go.
You know the old saying that, right? If it breaks 100, it's going to 120. So that means if this breaks 1,000, it's going to 1,200.
Chat, who you guys taking in the lunch bet today? Is it Michael Nas? Is it Money Mitch? Who you guys got? Is it 4 digits on Micron? Throw it up in the chat. Michael, tell them what's going on in the world.
Yeah, sure thing. Well, right, another good time to be a bull, another all-time high across the board. Seeing it mostly in small caps, seeing mostly in IWM, which is fine, right? There's nothing wrong with having a little bit of a rotation from the larger caps into IWM. And that's kind of, I think, what we want to see. I think that's a huge positive, right? We're seeing semiconductors go. Well, the main thing that we noted yesterday, which I think is important to talk about, is we're getting semiconductors going without the star player. Right? NVIDIA kind of red day yesterday. We had earnings on this day. We've been bleeding there ever since. So the fact that we're getting semiconductors ripping without the star players is amazing, right? Is exactly what you want to see. And someone's asking why care about the IWM. It's because you're always trying to skate where the puck is going, right? So I own a bunch of SMH right now. I own a bunch of Micron. I own a bunch of these names, but me cheerleading them isn't going to help anything, right? That's not gonna make them go up or down. Market doesn't care what I think. So what should I spend my time and energy doing? Should I spend my time and energy hoping that something goes higher that I already own? That's a waste, right? That's a lazy man's game. What we're looking for when we're looking for rotation is where we're going to go to next. We know that Micron will not go up forever, right? Does it go up another 20, 30%? Does it double from here? Maybe. But it's not going to go up forever, so you gotta look to see where are the sectors that I think could go next. And the IWM outperforming, I think, is a big clue there, because we got to think of what makes the IWM. I've been around 20 years. I've seen this a whole bunch, right? One sector goes up, everyone gets super excited. They think that's going to happen forever. It doesn't. And then that rotates into something else. What's happening with Micron now is no different from what's happening with NVIDIA before. Same thing, right? NVIDIA could go up forever. It could go up for the next 10 years. Yeah, but it's just not going to go up at that pace. So what we're looking for when we're always doing this rotational hunt is we're saying, okay, well, say I sell half my semiconductors, not because I think they're going to crash back down or it's a bubble or anything like that. I just think I can have a better opportunity elsewhere. That's what trading is. Cheerleading is just buying something and hoping it goes up forever. Trading is saying, okay, at some point, it's going to be time to take some of these, right? I've talked about my Intel position that I bought at 30. This has been right, a banger. But I took some profits at a little over $100. And now it's like I want to redeploy that capital. You always want to look. You don't want to say this is the one trade I'm going to make and it's going to make me rich. And then, we move from there. But we just want to say, where is the puck going? Where is it going next? So when we look at something like RSP, just broke out in all-time highs 2 days ago, continued yesterday, up a little bit today, but again, this one's a very low volume one, so it's hard to see any date in the morning. But IWM, the same thing. It just made an all-time high yesterday. So instead of being super concerned with the thing that is already ripping, that if you own, great. And if not, it's probably too late to buy it up here, this extended. You want to look to what's happening next. So the IWM gives us some keys to look at. One is always things like KREs, right? Small regional banks. These are amazing. You can get some good market from there, or you can get some good names in regional banks. You can see that also. You can leverage those up 3 times using financial instruments, things like that. XLF is one thing that we're going to see, again, where this puck is going. That's another huge one with this area. I've been talking about XLV for a long time, right? Just think of these charts and say, if they do 1/5 of what we see inside of a semiconductor play, when that money trickles out, because the professional money is not going to hold something forever. They can't, right? Well, why would I pay a hedge fund manager to sit and hold a stock forever? Like, it just doesn't, I'm not going to pay you to do that. So you're going to have to rotate into other things. And our job is to figure out, when they take little bits of profits in some places, where do they redeploy those to? So XLV could be one of those names to potentially redeploy that into, and we'll see that as well. And then also, when we're talking IWM, we have to talk about biotechs. Most of our biotechs are XBI or IBB. These things are going to live inside of this small cap play. These are other names that could have, again, incredibly explosive gains, barring the main thing that kind of holds these names down, which is interest rates. Interest rates are an incredibly rough overhead supply when it comes to biotechs, because these guys don't have anything yet. They're using debt to raise money to research things to hopefully have a thing to sell later. So they need interest rates to move lower. And if we're seeing IWM move higher, that's more, you can line it up with the Kalshi bets of whether or not they're going to raise rates. And as that goes down, you start to see IWM go up. So this is another interesting kind of bull flag that could break out later. Something people really didn't talk too much about, but we doubled off the 2025 lows in biotechs. So if we're going to consolidate for a while and extend that move higher, that's another doubling in the biotech space. Again, that would be amazing. If you're just looking at the overall index, if you're actually picking names, that's dangerous to do in the biotech space, because you need to know a little bit about them, and you have that FDA approval or rejection risk, where if it gets approved, it doubles. If it gets rejected, it goes down like 70-80%. So be careful in this space, but this is another one with insane potential returns. And again, just where is the puck potentially going? Because, as we know, things aren't going to just go up forever. There will be a point where things get a little bit tired. Some profit taking come in, it pulls back. As a trader, you should be ready for that, and you should have these lists of where that money's going to go. A quick comment on silver and oil. Both these things are kind of falling apart here. We have silver down 3%. And we're just breaking down. I'm going to give you guys that analog chart that I showed you after the first silver crash. So far, it has been absolutely perfectly spot on. You have the crash, you have this kind of choppy sideways consolidation with a slow drift lower, and that's what we've seen. We've seen the crash and then this, choppy sideways consolidation. But overall, this thing, each bounce so far has been lower than the bounce before it. So I'm watching silver just here in kind of the 64s. If we end up breaking below that, that could be a nice place to potentially take a short lower. And then also, we closed here at 136 on oil. We're all the way down at 131. So we had a little bit of a crash in oil. We're sitting right in about this area. I've seen some technicians draw this as, like a rising wedge, and I'm starting to see it more and more now. If you believe this is a rising wedge like this, then we're actually breaking down out of that rising wedge this morning. So we'll see what happens. Is it going to be like yesterday, where you have the gap down, and then yesterday it just got bought up all day long, and then it gaps down again today, and then it gets bought up all day long? If so, it's an annoying trade, but I always think oil's an annoying trade anyway, unless you're swing trading it, because like we talked about with oil yesterday, this is the most global asset that exists, right? It doesn't matter what's happening in just our neck of the woods. It matters what, everybody's trading oil. Everybody's concerned with the actual price of oil. So oil breakdown, silver breakdown, SPY about flat to up a bit, but we're seeing some good relative strength in the IWM, and we're seeing some good relative strength in some of these names under the hood, like financials, healthcares, biotechs, that type of thing. All rate dependent names.
Well, we'll see what happens if the wedge gets broken. Don't get a wedgie. See what happens.
Rising wedges for me are rough because it's like you could see them everywhere. Like I'm sure you've seen the guy who zooms out on the market like 150 years and he draws like a giant rising wedge on the market and he says, "Oh, this thing's gonna break down in the market," and you're just like, man, it's
Dude, if you're drawing
same.
it into nothingness, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's like they exist everywhere, and the premise behind the rising wedge, for just bit of technical analysis, it just means the rate of ascent is slowing. It's like we talked about with semiconductors. No one's thinking these things are going to zero, but at some point the rate of ascent slows, and then you have to ask the question: is my money better invested somewhere else? So USO, that might be something that ends up coming down, but the rate of ascent will always slow in every asset all the time. So it's like if you're out there looking for rising wedges, you can find them wherever wherever you look. So I don't put a lot of stock in them, but I've just seen this kind of drawn out a lot. And right now we're right down here. So right now we have technically broke down out of this for those people who trade them. Again, I've yet to see evidence that this is something that is, has a good track record or something that I should really pay a lot of attention to. So
Definitely something to look at. And I mean, at the end of the day, when you draw these, I mean, it's always about just finding the patterns that work for you, right? If that's what works for you, drawing it out into space, I mean, I guess draw it to the moon, right? Like UFO, it seems like it's getting towards the moon, and it seems like a lot of stocks are extended. But one thing, of course, that you can see, and like Michael said, if you draw maybe, and I love that, our platform does this Trader Evolution, it draws the angle of the trend line, right? You got to make sure you're, using your kind of logarithm and kind of your ratio, right?
Here.
But you can use that angle of ascent as one of those indicators, right? Like what's the angle of ascent? And in this case, there's some stocks that are just straight up. It's almost, it's incredible. It's almost straight up, right? So just watch for that, right?
The more, and you see these in extreme examples, the more things get parabolic, the harder they crash back down. Right. And so a healthy, and this is why I brought up Intel. I think this is more of like a healthier chart where this is what you want to have happen to your stock. You want it to go up and then you want it to consolidate for weeks or days to weeks and before it moves higher. The ones that are just up every single day over and over and over again forever, those are the ones you got to start getting a little bit worried about, right? Because you get this. That's not how institutions buy stocks, right? That's how retail kind of FOMOs into names, really causes these capitulatory events where you get something that moves up a bit and then it consolidates for a while and then it moves up more and then it consolidates for a while. That to me, if you're someone who's investing, is a little bit more interesting. Same thing, right, with silver, right? This thing got way out of pocket. It was talked about everywhere. Every retail person in the world owns some, and then you get the crash. So that's what I'm looking for more and more, is just what ones are resting a little bit better than the other ones.
Let's get in Jane here and see how she's doing. How we doing, Jane? And then we're going to go ahead and get right to our drawing here, and then we'll get to some of Jane's outlook. How you doing, Jane? It's good to see you.
I'm good, thank you. And, I really enjoyed listening to your analysis, both of you guys. And I am pretty much spot on with Michael. We've both done CMT studies. I'm sure, Mitch, you have the same thought process. You got to see where that money is rotating because it's always flowing like water. It's always got money flow to it. So that is important to see when they are trimming and where they're going. Right now, starting to see a lot of movement on bonds, a lot of bond prints coming in, but we don't have any news on FOMC until the third week or second week. third week, 16th, 17th of June. So we still have a nice 3-week run. I think we might see that the market will continue to grind higher. I'm going to say we're going to hit the 1,001 mark before 11 o'clock today on Micron. I'm going to participate in on that. With silver, definitely seeing that
$1,001 or $1,100?
Yes. Hold on. I'm gonna give it to you. It's a Camarilla. So I'm going with the Camarilla resistance that's going to create that headache for everybody. 1,001.28. It's going to hit there and then get stuck in the money.
Before you move away from bonds, I did want to show, I can't remember if I showed the people here this or not, but this is always hilarious to me. So this is the Commitment of Traders report. And remember, the green line in this case is the always wrong people, right? These are people who short at highs and buys at lows. They're the large institutions. Right before on this breakdown of this low right here, you can see how much they've shorted, up to 167,000 contracts short on bonds. And they entered that kind of right in this area. These are weird tick things because it's the 30-year bond ETF. And then we've just ripped right back up in their face. So everyone who is shorted on this breakdown is now so dead wrong. So that might be why you're seeing some bond flow, Jane, because we had the breakdown. Everyone in the world shorted the breakdown. We have the data to support that. And now they're wrong. So there might be some little nervousness trying to maybe get out of positions or play a little bit shenanigans going on there. But we know that just a whole bunch of people got caught offside in the bond space.
All right, let's get to our draw here, guys. Want to go ahead and get to our draw. Let's go ahead. Let's get to that action here, guys. Of course, we're doing the one-on-one battle. So let's go ahead. Let's put up my screen if we can. I don't know if you guys see it. Oh, there it is.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go. Let's start the drawing here and see what we get here. Dun, dun, dun. Shaky, 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 shaky. 4 shakes, and you get your prize winner, Clifton G in the house. Clifton, if you're out there, report to the trading room. Report to the trading room. Report to the trading room, Clifton. Yes, I said it's your time to shine. It's your time to shine. Let us know if you're out there, Clifton. We need to know if you're alive. Let us know. If not, we will continue on drawing. Let's get to our next winner here and see who else is coming on to the battle today. Shaky, 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 shaky. Boom. And I'm not even going to attempt to read that. All right. Anyone else want to attempt to read that?
Matt,
Nope.
I have no idea. Maybe Claude could help you with how to pronounce it. Put it on the audio. Copy paste.
Yeah. Map Unk A. I don't know. I destroyed your name, so I need you to come on and educate me. So come on to the one-on-one battle. Let us know you're live there in the chat. It's always good to see the traders showing up there in the chat. So, of course, smash the like. We'll keep it going. And Clifton, yes, excited to get after it. Excited to see you guys on. Let's get after it. And let us know in the chat that you're out there and you're alive. All right, we'll continue the one-on-one battles. Make sure you're signing up for these because we're going to do more and more that's leading up into something really good. But I haven't been allowed to tell you yet, but you guys know it. There's always something working in the background here. I trade the pool, so keep getting after our competition accounts, guys. All right, there we go. There we go. Looks like we got some map yucks. All right. Okay. Well, there you go, Randall. Thank you for doing that on the spot there for me. And looking forward to seeing you on. All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's get back to the trading action. And you guys that have been mentioned, make sure you're reaching out and getting on. Report to the trading room. All right, Michael, what else you seeing here towards the bell?
That with the Qs, we are seeing that they've moved their level from 584 to 710.27. So watch that level on the Qs, 710.27. That is a big jump from where we were when they had it all the way down at the end of March, all the way at the bottom. So is this going to be the top? I'd watch that bigger level, but it could just be those shorts, right? That were completely wrong and they finally hit their max pain and bought in.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see with the commitment trader data. I remember, so someone made a comment yesterday, say, hey, why don't we look at that every day? Well, it doesn't update every day. That's the problem. And um, with what we're seeing
Whoa,
out
whoa,
there,
whoa.
I'm looking to see the capitulation, right? Do we end up having a end of day time in which we see that? And what we'll do is we'll come in one Monday and we'll see that just short position just shrink incredibly. But yeah, unfortunately, because government data means it's delayed. So we'll see that on Monday after they get into that position. Maybe. Uh, I hope we just see them kind of leveraging in there a little bit harder. That would just make me happy because, you guys know, I just love to see these guys. It's very hard to find people right all the time. It's very lucrative if you can find someone who's wrong all the time. Those are just great.
All right, we're going to get ready for the bell here. It's 9:22, getting ready for the market. You guys out there, let us know if any stock trade is on your radar. And of course, we can talk about it here before the bell. Any stocks you guys are any stocks you guys are watching specifically here as you keep it going here?
Taylor, after earnings, their bigger money level from earnings is 153.60. So looking to see if that's going to continue to the downside today. Pretty big drop and looking for that to continue. Also with TE, right? We have TE today that's moving. Their bigger money levels up at 873, but that could fail nicely. And RDW, they have big move as well. Bigger money's at the bottom. There was another one I wanted to look at. NASA, they sold at 42.42 or purchased. Either one, that's that big money level to watch. So if we go below that, I think that Josh might be on this as a bigger drawdown for NASA. I really want to see Josh going on this.
These space names, they did great, but what was it? DXYZ. I know everyone was looking at that.
Cashed on it last
really
week.
Gave it up yesterday. What an ugly candle there. You had to take the money. You had to run pretty quickly after that because it just completely. Just tanked and fell apart.
It's a momentum name, and it's running on essentially speculation, right? It's just because it has multiple of these IPOs as it's running, but it's pure just speculation, right? It's a speculation trade. It came back down. Doesn't mean it can't go right back up today, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like also at 127.
With a lot of these kind of Momo names, I just noticed that when everyone gets bummed about them after a big kind of crack a day or so, then often I find that you're going to get a couple more days worth of move there. I'm trying to look for this silver chart that I made. It's not I do so many.
What are you after this morning, Mitch?
I mean, the list can go on and on. We can talk about independent power producers. We can talk about basic materials. We can talk about industrial plays, like the names that I was talking about yesterday, like ETN, GE. I mean, GE's on another big breakout. It broke out from 300. It's now 315, and it's looking like it wants new highs. So I wouldn't be surprised to see names like that continuing to break out. I have Picar. I'm looking for industrials to continue to fly. I gave you guys trucking names like XPO yesterday. That was a great trade. Even just the airline trade, right? Sometimes I feel like, and I was talking about it yesterday, it was a very simple trade. You were literally just bought the airlines at any point yesterday and you're making money overnight. Literally, any of them. Just name it. You bought it, you made money. Sometimes it's that simple, and sometimes we make trading hard, right? Yesterday was a day where oil down meant just take the easy trades. Don't get complex with it. So there were some easy trades out there. Definitely, we can take a look at some of these trades like DAL, and those can continue to fly high. And then you saw, like, let's say, like cruise lines up, right? Like, it was just a very simple day. Like, let's say, like booking up, right? Leisure right back up, right? You want to be looking at the cyclicals. You want to be looking at industrials. You want to look at basic materials. Healthcare had a nice little pullback opportunities. I don't know if you guys jumped into some of those. I'm looking for this to continue flying high. My equally weighted outlook is looking really good in healthcare, and just going to continue to try to play in. Even just the shorts on oil names yesterday. I mean, we talked about that here. I was like, why not just go short oil stocks? That could have been an easy play. XOM is down now towards 147. Yesterday, it was trading at the open around 154. It's pretty simple trading there, right? Sometimes I feel like we as traders, we can always make things complex. It's usually when there's a lot of stocks moving, right? So like right now, there's the Micron trade, there's this trade, there's this trade, there's this trade, this trade, everywhere, right? But you want to sometimes just think about where's the higher quality setup for the day.
Yeah, and you need to understand that you're going to miss some stuff, right? You just need to be able to go in and go, okay, I've got to pick my sector, my whatever it is, and understand that I'm missing the rest of them. You know, if I'm focused right now on the space stuff, then great. You should probably focus on the space stuff, and then maybe you have to, hang out and not worry about the semiconductors and go, okay, that's fine, right? I only have so much buying power and I only have so much focus. So I'm going to just hang back and just kind of accept my fate. And hopefully, you've picked the right one, and sometimes you're not gonna, and it's just the way it's going to happen. So yeah, you have to, I was looking at my Trader Evolution. I just see someone gave me $200,000. So thanks. So I guess we're setting up those accounts. But yeah, it's there's a lot going on, more important than ever, it's focus and really understanding what it is that you're able to accomplish and what you have to avoid, I think, is what gets people into a lot of things. You notice it in your real life too, when you've got 1,000 things going on or a million projects that you want to work on, and then you end up doing nothing because, right, you're just being torn in every direction. Same thing with trading that happens. I see to people all the time where there's so much going on in the markets, they end up bopping from one sector or one trading to the other and over and over and over again, and then they miss everything because they hadn't sat down and focused. So yeah, a lot of stuff ripping right now. Just make sure you have a focus and say, this is the area that I'm going to look at, this is the area that's important to me, and then for the meantime, I'm just going to ignore everything else.
Well, and that's where trading your plan. You got to set up your plan beforehand. And understand your setup. Like Mitch has got his 9 EMA, looking for that retracement. You've got your scanner that's working for you. You've got your quant mechanics working for you. Using the plan and trading the plan, right? And minimizing risk. Using trade the pool to leverage your ability to perfect everything as a new trader or an experienced trader, to go ahead and leverage yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, too much. We try to do too much, and that's just something that as humans we usually do. And having that plan down and just saying, I'm going to focus on this. We've got these two kind of major themes that are going is on looking at the semis and looking at space, and one of them will continue. The other one will probably rotate from one to the other. People get bored of one and then go into another one. Certainly will happen, and we'll see when and if. So we're open up here. Let's see. I'm going to put Micron in the bottom of the corner just for our little bet here. See if anything. See if we hit that 1,000 or not. Ooh, so far not so much. So far not so much.
Let's
so
go
right
the
off
other
the
way.
bat. Yeah, you can see into the market open. We had this kind of slow drift lower as they tried to push names down just a little bit. So is that, oversold to bounce? Let's take a look at these individual kind of sectors and area. Again, silver and oil are the two that are down the most. Everything else is still relatively green, right? With XLK, XLV, a lot of these things doing well. But like we talk about, you can see Micron's kind of so far, right? Just right off the bat, lower. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to change my bet or not now that they failed at that pre-market high, but obviously we're like 30 seconds into the day. So we've got a lot of time here for it to work itself out.
Healthcare, right out the gates. I can tell you guys that that's one of the names doing well. Consumer defensive cyclicals, and then industrials. Oh, industrials going strong. What? Airlines leading? What? Shipping
Yeah,
stocks going up, trucking stocks going up, railroads going up. Did you see the rip in the railroads? I was talking about it yesterday. Look at CP. That was going to tell you if oil was going to go up or not. Remember early on, we were like, oh, well, oil's climbing back. You be careful. It was the tell sign.
I hope
The railroads
this is what
know
I
the
was
deal.
talking about a bit while you were resetting there in my opening rant was I hope it doesn't do the same thing it did yesterday. Yesterday, oil gapped down and spent the whole day grinding higher just to gap down today. And I could see it spending the whole day grinding higher just to gap down tomorrow, just to increase the frustration of a way to try to trade that thing, which I don't think would surprise anyone because it's oil. It doesn't like being nice.
I'm setting up for pullback ads in Pakar. I'm looking for a nice big run in that name. Of course, that has exposure to trucking, has exposure to farm and heavy construction. So I feel like it's a perfect name that has been on the hurt for a while that could rebound. Cat is your stronger name in the space, right? So just to mention the leader. GE, Honeywell, also names that I like in industrials.
Yeah, just watching through different markets here. Silver, nice little rebound candle so far. Right, gap down and starting to push back up. But this is all right, obviously down 4% today, so to have a lot of work to do to get back to even. I've noticed with XLV down a little bit, but just watching things like UNH on the lower screen, something's happening. Right, it's getting some action there on UNH. Oscar ripping right off the bat here. Lily, LLY. Right, Lily is doing great. So it's a bit of a mixed bag out there for healthcare, but Lily being kind of the king and having this great run recently. Getting full disclosure in this one. This is starting to look promising for the healthcare space. We're almost back to all-time highs on Lilly. I've got, some that I bought down here, but I'm looking to get maybe more depending on how we act at that all-time high. Johnson & Johnson, there's something weighing us down here for sure. Yeah, it's got to be this guy.
What, Johnson & Johnson? What do you mean?
Yeah, it's being the laggard.
How's it weighing you down?
It's just weighing down the XLV, right? Lily's ripping. We got Oscar and UNH ripping. Yeah, it's just if it was going with the rest of the market, then maybe we'd have XLV up on the day instead of flat.
It's the medical devices, man, that's weighing it down. But if you wanted to look at a major, it'd be your Bristol Myers or your AbbVie, or even the stock that I have, like Gilead. Those are actually in the red, pulling down up a full percent. Johnson & Johnson's down 0.08 from the bell.
Yeah.
So I got in on a little Micron dip buy at open there. Down at 936.10.
She's a wild one. I've got some trades on here. I'm short this momentous. I don't really need to explain why, I think, at this point with you guys. Just huge, right? We're from $5 to $20 in 3 days, so it's just looking for some mean reversion there. RR, a little bit of a dip buy after yesterday's movement, and CPSH, a short on that one, again, from $4 to $13 in just a couple of days. Just looking for a little mean reversion, some overextended names, right? So,
and I went short NASA below 42.42.
NASA, short space, long semis. Oh, there you go. It's an interesting chart, right? We know these kind of spinning top dojis, whatever you want to call them, at the top there can often show a lot of indecision and say, okay, yeah, now we want to maybe take our take our profits and move on. So that one's an interesting look there. MU continues, just breaking lows of days here. Just going to watch these lows at kind of 914. That's yesterday's high. And also this low, I'll just draw this out. This area right here is interesting to me. That's the high from yesterday right here, and then the low right here as well. IWM's coming back in a bit. A lot of these IWM's near flat, and so is the SPY. So a lot of these things are getting closer to flat. The SPY only up 0.5%. IWM just flipped negative for a quick second there.
Sorry about that, guys. Just dealing with something in the background here.
Sure.
No worries. I'm also long USO.
Johnson & Johnson back to the green. Gilead back to the green. There goes healthcare back to the green. Let's go healthcare. Good. Michael, don't worry. You got it, my friend. Let the machines do the work. They'll keep you in there.
I'm watching real closely. So, mentioned this obviously before. I've been buying healthcare in kind of the 145 areas. And now I'm just watching 150 because you see we've hit 150 now once and twice, backed off it. If we get through, that's going to be my other side of, right, just my full position, right, unleashing my full power. Micron's about to go negative on the day. It's up 2.5% still, but it's getting close to that kind of gap and crap. So just be careful there for those who hold.
I got stopped out there. I'm gonna take another attempt at 911.54.
No pullback there for Picard to add, but Gilead's starting to rip there for me.
Yeah, it looks like you're going to win the bet there, Mitch. Probably not going to hit 1,000 in the next hour at this point. I wouldn't imagine.
One thing I put this out there on my Twitter. I think it's time to talk about it because it was that perfect post. I think right before the bell, and I feel like there was too many people like this, Michael. I said, hold on, guys. Everyone this morning is like out here like sounding like gurus. Everyone this morning was sounding like gurus, guys, and I clearly said that's not a good sign. Can't tell you how many traders are out there pushing their chests like, this game's easy. This game's easy, man. This game's easy. I put it out there way before the market opened. I was like, the market tends to humble those, especially those traders.
I gotta tell you,
now.
the NASA short's easy.
Yeah, this is just washing out that euphoria, right? Everyone thinking, oh no, today I just full port into Micron. Well, guess what? That's when the broker starts calling. That's when you call a trade to pull and you say, I want limited risk. Because I just found out what unlimited risk really means.
Well, yeah, and like there's a world where Micron's, so let's say, not to offend, but let's say you wake up one day and Micron's $600. Well, in the grand scheme of things, it's still awesome. You know what I mean? It's it could get cut in half, and then if you zoom out enough, it's great. It just depends where your entry is, right? This thing, you got to remember, this thing was $70 last year. So if it goes to 400 or 500. Yeah, it sucks if you're one of the guys who went crazy at the top, but anyone else is having a great time. So a lot of these things, my point being, a lot of these things can get into 20, 30, 40% drawdowns and still be great yearly and great, multi-year returns. It's just, that's what it's the only thing that matters is your entry. And it's funny, if you look at the beginning, I remember I said only silver and oil were down. But now if you go and you look at the side, and this is just my watch list, pretty much everything has flipped to the red side. RSP, however, your average large cap stock, that's not only up from the close, but that's up from the open. So, we talked about this ad nauseum for prepping for the day. We're getting this rotation from things like semiconductors that are now down on the day and have just kind of completely fallen apart into things like XLV. So this is, we
Carvana.
talked about, skate where the puck's going, right? Try to figure out where the big money's going to go to when they take partial profits on things. This is what we do, right? This is trading.
Yeah.
Is that not, I think this thing's going to go up forever. It is, okay, when the musical chairs, when the music stops, where do they go? If they go to something like a cash, or if they start buying McDonald's or something like that, we can be worried a little bit, because that means that they want to use this opportunity to raise cash. If they're buying, you can see here XLV, Johnson & Johnson, all of these different names, then great. They're just rotating that money into other places that they might like a little bit more, and that's fine, right? It's the way it works. As long as there is a market, there will be bull market rotations. At least we hope so.
All right, we'll see what happens today. Got to try to get my Johnson & Johnson back. I got a misprint last night, cut me out. I need to get back into that trade. I want to keep that trade. It's looking well today. Healthcare, Gilead now triple digits. It did go into the red there for me. It's now 135 and pushing. It went 133, now right back up to 135. Looking for that to continue to grind higher. Johnson & Johnson looking for that to climb. Lilly looking for that to keep flying high. And then also look for some specialty drug manufacturers. There's some really high flyers there that can continue to kind of push, right? So,
Wait, did you say specialty rug manufacturers?
Specialty drug manufacturers.
Oh, I was like, man, that's a
Those
sector?
rugs.
Like, wow.
Those rugs, baby. Those rugs. Get you.
It's like, holy smokes, look at that. You manufacture your own rugs.
That's funny.
Yeah, Teva. Like a Teva. To give you like a
Gotcha.
perfect example. Look at that on the 35 spot on the 90 MA recent earnings gap. These are nice plays. Not a bad play on Teva. Earnings gaps that don't go away are sometimes good signs, right? What you wanted to do is like play sideways for a little bit and then reload and not break through the gap. If it's reloading it right off of that gap, there's a reason why.
Yeah.
I have to say that the NVIDIA drawdown, it seems, still in a major upward trend. I like it at 209 for an entry for it to rebound. I'm still getting the buy signal across the board on all of the ETFs, the inverse ETFs, fear. There's nothing that's come into play as of yet.
Well, and we spend a lot of time talking about NVIDIA. It's just what it does. For some reason, it reports earnings, it beats top line, bottom line, then it sells off for a week or so, and then it goes back up again. It's clockwork. I am mad that I didn't take the trade, because of course in my brain I'm thinking, well, this is the time that it won't fit that exact pattern, but it's fitting that exact pattern in which earnings were great, it went up a bit, and then now it's 4 days in a row straight down, and it will keep going for a while and then turn around, probably flip higher at some point. But yeah, just it's wild that like it's Groundhog Day with NVIDIA earnings. They do great, and the market punishes for them. And they do great, and the market punishes for them, just kind of over and over again, which it's got to be kind of frustrating for Jensen there.
It's just, he's had his day in the sun.
Well,
He's had
yeah,
his
when
day
you're
in the
that,
sun.
that's the thing, is when you're that big, you're not gonna have days where you double and triple and go crazy anymore. Same thing we've been talking about with Bitcoin, right? You get, as soon as you're large enough, it just takes more money to move you. And same thing that happened with Apple. Just one day, everyone goes, "Oh, Apple's a great company," but it's going to go up now 10 to 20% a year, as opposed to 100, 200% a year. And value people like to buy Apple now, and growth people like to do something else. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be watching Uber. I just had a system that was looking for a little Uber reversal here. And it looks like we might be getting it. So some of these are starting to work out pretty nicely, right? RR, that one's working out really nicely. MNTS, that's working out well. And CPSH has just been falling apart. So far I'm 4 for 4 today, but obviously a lot of day to go. So those could definitely turn on me.
Defense
One
is
thing that's
really
interesting.
kicking. Just to mention that, grocery stores, wine, households, defensive day, guys. Defensive rally.
Well, and look at semiconductors right off the open, just complete kind of give back, fall apart. Micron right off the open, complete fall apart. But then you look at IVG, it's the complete opposite. So IVG, they've been buying it. So is this just as simple as a hardware to software rotation? Is that the easiest, is that the simplest thing to do? Is right, they're selling SMH and they're going to use that to buy IVG, then get out of the hardware and go into the software. It's interesting. I'm talking my book because I still own a bunch of software, but so that just might be wishful thinking. MU just breaking down new lows of the day there. RSP, like this. This is the chart that I think is important right now. RSP, new daily highs, new all-time highs, breaking out as we speak, and the Q is giving it back a bit. Just rotation, right? And I don't look at this as insanely bearish or anything like that. I just look at it as rotation. They're just taking from one side and put it in the other side. Let's take my profits from MU. Let's buy some IVG, that type of thing, right?
Or it's the mental battle too. We're going to smack it down to the level that we want to buy back in and then rip all the shorts.
Oh yeah.
Traders
Yeah.
will get your shorts ready.
Well, this is a short-term, you never know how long these rotations take. Could just be a couple days, right?
Well, guess what, guys? We're doing another draw because they were sleeping. So everybody that's awake out there, wake up, let's go. It's time to get this drawing started. It's time to go ahead and not update the password. And winner, Tony H coming in. Tony out there. Tony. Everybody needs a good Tony in their lives. I had a couple of good Tonys in my life, and now my son is named Antonio, but I call him Tony. So shout out to Tonys out there in the world. Come on down, Tony H. We want you as the next contestant on the one-on-one battles right here. Let's take a look at the next banner. Who's going to come on and battle Michael Noss? Otis.
And it's in their email, right? They got the,
Otis.
It should be in their same email that they registered with.
Exactly. Take a look into your dashboard emails so that you go ahead and take a look at the directions to get onto the platform with us, of course. And I hope to hear you guys in the chat waking up out there. So smash it up. Like always, it's good to see you guys out there. Otis, bring the cookies, man. Because I'm ready. We're ready for the battles. We'll see you on here. Otis Y, one-on-one battle. See you guys in just a few minutes, guys. Get on to your dashboard. Get to the emails now. What, did you like the Otis cookies?
No, Mitch, call ICE. Tell them to release them.
Oh, hold on. They're partying the Florida, the one that's by the Everglades. They got this like
ICE
crazy
got them. They're not
contraption.
sleeping. From Hammond.
Poor concentration camps they established nowadays. But yeah, it's crazy out there, man. Pepsi is flying high. Coca-Cola is flying high. So if you want trades out there, consumer defensive is having itself a day. Grocery stores, a name that I've been seeing flying high, Sprouts. So that's one name you can target on the day trade, up at 87, has multiple highs in the 87.50 range, could break that and keep going. And then you're seeing it pretty much move all around. Discount stores starting to fly high. Your Costco trade, why not Costco to the upside today as it holds 1,000 on the downside and pushes right back up. Dollar General up 3% today. And other names like Dollar Tree starting to push there. So grocery stores doing well. Kroger's, ACI, Sprouts, household personal products, your Procter Gamble, your Unilever, your Colgate Palmolives, your KVU, your Estee Slaughters, Estee Lauder. I'm sorry.
What about Elf? Don't forget about Elf.
And
Should have
then
been buying makeup,
yeah,
right?
Elf is doing.
Elf is killing it today.
Cheap
Up
makeup
7%.
is in today, guys. Cheap makeup is in today. Elf Beauty wants to
Bigger money is
wake up.
below at 52.85.
And what did I tell you guys?
was-
You could start to see a rotation into what? Into the cyclical names as we start to see further and further upside that no, we're not going into this inflationary period with oil coming down, right? So now you start to see the cyclicals take off, and cyclicals are doing really well today, up 1.14%. And that plays into different stocks like your residential construction. Take a look at auto truck dealerships today. Carvana. Ooh, Carvana continuing on the upside. So you got resorts and casinos up. You got lodging up. Guys, sometimes we make trading hard. Take a look at Hilton today. This is just oil. This has nothing to do
I like
with
RCL. Who's going to
You know what I
join
mean?
me? Cruising in August. Who's going to come on the Royal Caribbean
Oh.
cruise with me right out of Tampa, Mitch?
I
We
am
could do a trade the
literally
pool
considering. I'm weighing it out right now, Jane. It's either cruise or Puerto Rico. Cruise or Puerto Rico. Cruise or Puerto Rico. I'm weighing it. We'll let you know what happens there. But I love me a good cruise. And you're going to be able to take cruises all the time, Jane. So if you like those little ones too, if you like some cheap ones, get a good connect at like Royal Caribbean, Carnival, and
Royal Caribbean's killing it today, too.
you can take these little
100%.
weekend ones that are like 2 to 3 days and just escape
Oh,
really
yeah.
quick, right? You know, nothing wrong
Michael,
with
you'll
that.
have to take a full-on vacation for it.
Michael, we'll
We are
get you
above
out
the
here in the
now
sun.
too on
The
Micron.
only thing is we're gonna have to bathe them in sunblock because
Oh man, yeah, I would get roasted.
He'll be the
Maybe
lobster
lobster.
of the crew.
yeah, he'll be the lobster of the cruise. No worries, we always need a lobster. Give him some pina coladas. We'll see you out there, Nigel. Jump on the cruise. We need the trade the pool cruise.
So I see that the bigger money went in at 917.21 for Micron. I had two longs that got stopped
Micron.
out just barely in the green. And now we are,
Now we got the rebound.
yeah, we got the rebound trade and just testing that VWAP on the 5-minute there. So we're just above it. So can we reclaim? They sold up at 963 earlier today. So looking to see if we can make it all the way back up to 963. Might be a nice target for my exit. I got in this final time at 913.70.
A nice little bounce. We'll see. I would, look at VWAPs and stuff like that on the way up, see where that ends up hitting. That kind of stuff might be good, right? We're seeing SMH trying to go positive again after being just completely taken to the woodshed here. This seems like a moment for these fib nerds that like to see how high these bounces go. And we're starting to see the Qs potentially turn positive again as well. None of this, I don't look at this as bad at all with, the market just kind of taking a rest, semiconductors pulling back a bit. The higher it goes without any sort of a rest, the more you get that kind of dramatic sell-off that no one wants to be a part of. I'd rather take, for me personally, in my holdings, just a couple days of a chill out, some sort of sideways consolidation or something like that. So how our boy Steve, I know, would look at this. So he would pop in here and he'd grab, where's the fib tool? He'd grab a fib, probably from the high to the low.
We're rejecting too. Yeah, we're rejecting that VWAP right now on Micron.
Right there. And
Yeah, I got
know
a,
he likes the 50.
Yep.
It's what? 943.13 is about the 50% bounce on that. That's how a lot of these fib guys will look at and will say, okay, as long as if we're under that, maybe it's just a bounce and a downtrend. If we get over that, then maybe things are looking good.
Pakar, charge forward, break the highs. Let's keep it running. Let's go. Industrials. Let's get to new high industrial trades out
They
there.
sold again now. I see it 933.17. Sorry, interrupt you there, Mitch.
Another short coming at you. Well, take a look at UAL up 3.8%, 7% up on the day. Yes, you heard that right. DAL 5% up. Love 4.87, right? A lot of people are staring at that Micron, wondering Hey, I'm red. I'm trading Micron. Well, maybe you're just stuck on the wrong trade there, seeing the trades and that are kind of more your easy setups. Look at this easy setup going into yesterday, 106. Even if you bought the breakout, you're still up another 7 points there on UAL. 7 points, not bad. And
I
we're
went
seeing other
short now
names
on
continuing to
Micron.
move. Yep. So there you go. Even Love making a
Out.
big breakout today. Get in the love. What about Alaska Airways? Look at that. Boom. There you go, guys. Get it while it lasts. Industrials looking really good here. How's the trucking trade? XPO. Not looking bad either.
I have
Oh.
to say, Mitch, that you kind of need to articulate that a bit more because it comes across as another word.
Which one?
Transportation trade, maybe.
Yeah, that's all good. There's a good button somewhere.
Yeah. So I'm like, what did he say?
It's all good. We're
I
Jerry
mean, we all have
Springering
those
it.
days where we feel like that with a certain trade, but
Yeah, you're just in it.
that trucking trade.
Yeah. When the trucks get you, when that truck's in front of you. All right, guys, what's going on out there? How we doing?
XLV dug in there. Had nice pullback there. Huge surge off the opening drive. Little bit of a pullback, and then looks like it's digging in. That's kind of looking a little bit of the opposite of what we're seeing right now in semis, where it had the sell off the open, and then it bounced, and then it looks like it might be rolling back over there. So, just see if this rotation continues or if this is something that's quick, kind of one and done there. I'm not seeing really nothing's coming through from a swing trading side of things. From a day trade, I did pick up another one here with a short RDW. Just again, an overextended to the upside. So far, it's been a great little day. $200 or so on this particular account. So that means obviously much bigger on the real guy account. We'll see if that continues. I'm just short a lot of things like this momentous, right? This thing could be $30 by the end of the day, or it could be 10. Either of those things would really surprise me too much. UUU just came through for a swing trade idea. I don't know if this is the triple U. Is the triple U the uranium? Is the quad U the uranium?
Quad.
Universal safety products. Well, that's
No, you're
much more
talking
boring
software.
Okay.
Software name. Quad U is the energy fuels.
Yeah, that looks boring.
Yeah, right? Come on, man.
That's
Lithium doing well. LAR, that's one name I'd maybe keep on the watch. LAC, another one that people are watching really closely to see if it recovers 5. USAR was hot yesterday, so if you're looking at rare earths. But those are pulling back today, guys. You're getting a defensive, cyclical, kind of a value type of trade. The only growth trades I'm seeing are more healthcare and industrials. But industrials are not ripping. They're just kind of like really steadily going up, very slow stepping up. Healthcare looking good. And then, of course, you guys see it, cyclicals and defensives pretty much where the action is.
And you can always look, there's not a lot of volume, so look at the daily chart, but you can always look at SVAL, which is small cap value, and you can just see that that's doing a little bit better than the rest of them. It's also, you see a little bit of the RSP versus Qs. We'll show you, right? We have IWM that's up on the day. It's surging pretty well, and then we have the Qs barely trying to get positive, the SPY barely trying to get positive. So just not the day so far for the guys who've been working for the last little bit. Could change at any point, but that's just what we're seeing right now anyway.
I'm back in long to see if we can break above that VWAP. Right? I've got that hanging out at 932.50. So they've been really using that as a rejection point. We've got a bit of inflection right here. Let's see if we can curl up and hit that 938.71.
Yep.
All right, looking around in the market here, trying to see what else is making the move. It's pretty much your defensive trade here, and let's see what else we're going to get into.
All right. Well, Mitch, I think you won the Micron competition for price action. I'm going to tap out. You guys have a great day. Good luck with that competition. I can't wait to see those live.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
we'll
got
be doing
to
that
what?
tomorrow.
980, 985. I didn't get that close. I said 995, so I thought we maybe get a
Yeah.
little closer.
Still closer than me. I was above 1,000. So. I was the bull. I
thought-
was the bull. You were the bear.
Hey,
Let's
hey,
see.
we all trust me. Just go on Twitter. You'll see more.
Well, that's
Have a good
probably
one,
why,
Jane.
right?
Take care. Yeah, that's exactly it, dude.
It's everyone.
The animal
everyone
spirit started
thinks-
to get to people. I started to see things like this, Michael. I started to see mentions like, hey, if you're losing in stocks, you should be in our group right now because I just keep putting up names that just keep
geez.
killing it. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put him on the spot because he's a good trader. But when I start to see mentions like that, I can see it. It's just like the ego getting way too big, way too quickly. And I've been in that position. I've felt those feelings before. Every single time you feel those feelings, the market comes and says, give me that face, dude. Give me that jaw. Boom! And it just whacks. And then you're just like, whoa.
Yeah.
I
and
just took a big
it's
hit.
the difference between when you're a new trader and a stock is like going up and ripping in your favor, and you get really hyped and you're like, this is amazing, I'm doing so awesome, I figured this out, this will last forever. And then when you're an old trader, it's like every time you make a whole bunch of money real easily, you go, when is the bad thing? Like it's kind of sucks because it buzz kills you. But I mentioned this yesterday, like my investment in swing account's doing amazing, but I'm scared. I'm not happy about it, right? Where a young me would be like, oh, I figured it out. I finally hacked the market. I will make money all of the time now. And it's just like, that's just not the way it works. The easier it is to make money, the quicker that money is going to get taken from you and the other thing's going to happen. And the louder you see people, right? I saw this. Right, same thing with the meme stocks, and right, I'm old enough. I remember when people were this jacked up about banks. It always happens, right? Things always reverse, and you just gotta. It's the whole the Zen kind of mantra thing of this too shall pass, right? When everything sucks, you got to remind yourself it won't suck forever. When everything's great, you got to remind yourself it won't be great forever, and just stick to your plan, keep your head down, stay systematic. That's why, that's the difference between people who get lucky and maybe make a bunch of money, and I hope they do in a bull market, to the people who actually make a career and stick around at trading for some time. It's the people who know that eventually it won't be this easy, right? I hope that's years from now, but
That's just
eventually it won't be this easy.
No, and it's just a matter of understanding, right? A matter of understanding when you get those moments, it's usually the moments where you need to tame expectations now. You need to start reeling them back. That's your moment of realization to start reeling back, not to flaunt your chest out, right? You flaunt your chest out, that's how you get ripped. Now, if you start to think, hey, I'm in such a good feeling, such a good emotional roller coaster ride with this equity wave, which you shouldn't be feeling, right? Let's just be honest. But everyone feels it, right? I don't care whether you're, the only way you're not feeling it is if you're AI or a bot completely, right? When you see your equity wave and you're watching it just go flying high with Micron, at some point, you get that chest out feeling. But that's when you tame yourself. That's when you pay yourself, and you make sure that no matter what, that feeling will not go away today. That's what I tell myself, right? Like, how do I make sure that I ensure this?
Yeah, it should be a cue, right? You are feeling an emotion of being bulletproof, right?
Yes.
You are, you know,
100%.
is the moment you start to feel that, that should be a cue. And you say, okay, let me take a third off the table of things, or let me, you know, make sure my trailing stop is in place and is systematized in a way that I'm not going to have to be responsible for the one hitting the button when the time comes. You know, it's you use those cues. A lot of people talk about trading and controlling emotion, but it's not that. It's more about, okay, I know that, you know, I'm feeling this emotion. And what does that tell me? Well, that just tells me that my positions are getting a bit out of hand, a bit wild. You know, I should allow myself to be happy that I'm making a bunch of money, but I shouldn't allow that to get like too override any sort of plan that I have happening. I shouldn't be like, you know, reading about like the fundamentals of something or trying to convince myself in some way that I should stay with this name. It's just not, it's not the move.
Yeah, and I think that this is normal things to learn from, right? And I think traders out there, the reason I talk about this is because this is how you start to learn it, right? No one talks about that part, right? And all those guys are going to go hiding in a cave today. They're not going to look at Twitter because they don't want to see the negativity, right? But the truth is, it wasn't negativity. It was that you just got way too bullish, right? If you lean to one side and you get way too one-sided, it's easy recipes for disaster. So you have to pull yourself back, whether that's establishing rules, whether that's establishing something in your system now to become defensive towards your own profits is very important, right? Like start to think about things and be like, well, okay, now what are my rules? What are my things that I have in my tool belt to make sure that this isn't going to turn into a humbling moment?
Yeah, and then the saying that I always try to, you know, I was drilled into me when I started is, you know, one of these old guys at the trading floor basically just said, "Hey man, it's easy to make money in the stock market. The problem is keeping it." That's the challenge. It is very easy to, at some point, if you stay alive, you will get lucky and something will go with you. And just start to really push in your direction. And as long as you got the guts to hold, you'll make a ton of money. The question is, can you keep it? This was from a floor trader, and he saw so many people come into the market, make millions, and then think they figured it all out, give it all back, and then go. And that's why most traders are just caught in this forever cycle of make a bunch of money, give it back, make a bunch of money, give it back, over and over again, because they just haven't developed that part of, oh, you know, there are easy markets and there are hard markets. So it's not even your potential skill. It's just that. It's just you're getting lucky. You're riding a trend. The trend's amazing. Then, you know, you go from there. Q's doing something. I'm going to go check the streets here. Right, we're having a bit of that felt like a bit of a stronger downtick as things start to reverse a little lower. Semiconductors, right, rolling over, about to hit the low of the day.
And we're not getting a shift in the action, right? We're getting more push to the upside in the valued names, defensive, cyclical, communication services. So that's what's getting the lift there. That's what's driving the trade. And now you're seeing the trade start to unwind. Traders taking profits.
I don't see anything stand out from the news front.
It's just, I would just think profit taking, man. At some point, you start to get a little concerned and you start to take cash. Doesn't mean it's not going to flip, but definitely getting on, right?
Well,
All right, guys, I think we're going to do one more drawing here. I'm not sure how it's going to go, but looks like we will try it one more time. So let me get that set up here in just a second. We'll do one more drawing and see how it goes. If anyone from the chat wants to join and do the battle, if we don't get anybody on, I'm just going to invite you guys from the chat. I'll just put a link there. We get you in here, and we'll do it that way. I want to get someone on. I want to battle, man. I want to get this one-on-one on.
Yeah. Well, and it's like, you know, I said in our company chat there, I'm like, we're weirdos that like talking about things on stream. Most people are not, and I don't blame you. But if you're interested, come and give it a shot. Come fill that out, and
it's
you
not
know,
it's not too hard,
a
guys.
chance to win an account.
You're trading free money, right? Like
right. Well,
it's not too hard. Just trading
You're
free
just
money,
hanging out with
guys.
us. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. It's just us. We're just hanging out, shooting the shit about trading, having a good time.
Yep.
No one's gonna take it too seriously.
I'm just
don't
waiting
worry.
for this to show talk or born or something, so that we can take on these guys from the chat. Rando, where you guys at? Are you guys in it? Nigel, I want to see you guys on it.
As long as it's random.
Don't tell me in the chat that you guys didn't sign up. Don't tell me in the chat that you guys didn't sign up. Make sure you're signed up, because I want to see you on here battling. You guys come on here all the time. Come take us on, right? All right, let's do another drawing here. Let's see what we can get here. Let's do a little shaky, a little shake here, a little shake there, and Roshan. Why? Get out here. Get onto it. Get onto your dashboard. I hope you're watching right now. I hope you're tuned in. So let us know in the chat that you caught this message. That could be one good way to let us know that you are seeing this. Let's go to the next drawing winner here. Let's see who we get. Shaky, shake, shake, shake. Carl P. And there you go, Carl P. Carl. Always need a Carl out there. Carl, come on to the show. Come on down. You're the next contestant on the one-on-one P&L battle. Who's gonna win? I'm trying to take you on, man. I can trade T-Mobile right now. I could do Verizon, Gilead. We can do healthcare. I'll even give you 3 setups. I'll even give you 3 setups to trade.
Right, we're hitting new highs as we speak on healthcare. And we're back to that 150 area that we talked about. We've rejected now twice from. It'll be interesting if this thing can stick the landing here and close the day above that area. Nice little push, right? We've got, and it's funny, at the same time, we have semiconductors and Micron rolling over and looking like they're going to hit new lows. And then we have healthcare doing the exact opposite. Like if you just look at these two charts, they look like almost the exact opposite trade. So just showing that we're having that rotation, right? As they're selling semiconductors, they're buying healthcare, they're buying other things. It's the whole skate where the puck is going mentality, where at some point we knew, didn't surprise anyone, profit taking is coming in. How much? And like Tax saying he's talking about buying VIX. I just don't know if this is going to be a broader market. And I could be wrong, but I don't think, look at this as like a broad market sell. It seems very, very targeted. It seems very targeted in technology, right? It's in the semis, in the high flyers. And then, RSP, specific, for example, hit new high days, hit new all-time highs on the average large cap stock, right?
A good tell is, and I talk about this all the time, when the leaders go down, what usually comes back up. And I talk about this in the analogy that I've been bringing up lately, which is like kind of a ship and the anchors and the sail, right? In this case, we ran into some crosswinds, right? They're getting hit. Now the crosswinds hit the sail, so there's some profit taking going on. But because of that crosswind, the anchor's lifting. You're seeing software application names starting to push today. You're seeing those names really starting to drive today, like CRM up 2%, AppLovin up 8%. Yes, I said that. AppLovin's up 8% today, guys. So this is why you tune in to hear things like this. This is rotation station. It's just rotating in tech. It's not all of tech that's down. It's only certain areas of tech that is down.
And the clearest, right, you can look at here is we've got 60% of stocks advancing and only 30% of stocks declining, 75% new highs. We've got 60% of stocks above their 50-day moving average. So if you're looking at your portfolio today and it's down a bunch, it just means you're a little too concentrated in these names that aren't working, right? They're the high flyers, but they're not enough to weigh down. RSP is hitting new all-time highs as we speak. So most markets, or most, are doing absolutely fine. So just make sure
Microsoft doing well. That's going to help things out. Microsoft will help you guys out if you're looking for the overall market to calm down. Microsoft now starting to hold in.
Right? IVG right off from the open.
Anchor.
Still down a little bit. IVG is ripping. So we're getting, we're almost market gapped up and sold off to flat. Software gapped down and is getting right back to even. So
AV11 is definitely one of those names I'd give you guys. That's probably the best move there in the IGV. Let's take a look to see what else is making a move like AV11, and that's your team. Your team stock looking great on the 9 EMA pullback. Oh, flag pattern looks pretty on this. Put it this way: if I had buying power 85s, I could take it. Oh, I'd jump right now. So team, HubSpot, Unity, ServiceNow, Workday, right? Path, doing well. Intuit. I don't know how Intuit's doing well, but I think you and I can laugh about Intuit because we know what's going to happen one day. Man, that looks like a nice long-term short. I'll tell you that right now. That is on a stage 4 decline already. It's on a stage 4 decline though, because it's been doing it since January, essentially when it was at 700 and it broke the 600 spot. It's just in free fall, but I think the stock eventually goes to zero. I don't think there's a stopping of Intuit. But yeah, it's just, come on, man. You don't think they're going to come out with Claude tax?
This is going to be one of those things where it's just going to be individual people are just going to say, well, I've already paying for Claude. I'm already paying for ChatGPT. Why not just also have it do my taxes for me, right? And it's the same.
The thing about it is,
right?
Is that it can do things, right? Like the connectors to banks. Now it has connectors with Prad. I think that's what it's called, that connector. But it's like a verification system for banks, essentially. So once you get that verification system for banks, guess what? Do you even need the banks themselves?
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah. No, well, that's the argument with stable coins, right? No one's going to be
like that. I think it's wicked. The future is going to change massively here, guys. In the next 10 years, it's going to take a while, right? Things are not going to flip in 1 year, but it's a good look into what's the future's coming. But you can track your expenses. You can track all your things. So taxes can be pretty simple, right? You can even not even be going for that standard deduction because it can literally track your expenses, right? And so the future is looking bright and negative for let's say H&R Block. Oh my God, that company's going to disappear. Do we go shorting that company, Michael? Oh, it's been going down. It actually popped up a little bit here. Oh man, that looks to me like a nice short. There's no reason why H&R Block exists, guys.
No, these things
is so easy too.
Yeah, well,
it's easy, dude.
I have an accountant because for me it is certainly not, right. If you look up,
well, yeah, you're in Canada, you have a cross, you have some other things that kind of weigh in.
Everything's a corporation, simple. Right? If you look, Michael Noss does not make any money ever for any reason. It is all corporate entities, but the thing is, that's not what people would use H&R Block for anyway, right? So I still think, just like anything, specialized high skill talent is still going to be fine. Unfortunately it's that kind of lower ground, right? The guy who just takes your tax documents and writes down how many dependents you have and fills out a form and sends it off. Well, that's easily replaced by AI. The guy who, set up my corporation and has the wife's corporation and, we're paying ourselves dividends and things like that. That's something that guy's going to be fine for the foreseeable future. But yeah, it's that kind of lower, like the H&R Block, where 99% of H&R Block clients are just going to be, here's my slip from work that told me how much I made and how much tax I took off. And here's 4 or 5 things I think I can deduct and call it a day, right? Yeah, like tax thing. I've got U.S. corporations and Canadian corporations, and it's as simple or as complicated as you make it, right? And sadly, the more complicated you make it, the less you pay the government.
We will see what happens there, guys. Looking around, and Gilead about to break the highs. Let's keep the party alive. Haven't been able to take any other trades because I'm trying to get my Johnson & Johnson trade back and continue riding the trades that are doing well, right? Don't want to add trades when just all the trades that I have on are doing well, right? That's one thing that I feel like sometimes you get too eager as a swing trader. You see like all your swing trades doing well, so you're just like, I just go take another one, right? Well, let's make sure that we're abiding by the system, right? That's the only thing that really matters here. And if I have that Johnson and Johnson, I have no buying power, so I just got to try to get it back and resolve it like that. But you see Gilead breaking the high right now, going towards the move. I'm watching healthcare to really start taking off here. If you look at the XLV, you're about to break 150. That's a great sign there for the XLV. And now starting to really drive. And the best part is we got a little bit of a pullback, a gap fill, and right back up. So I think XLV is looking really good. And that's why I like equally weighted outlooks. The equally weighted outlooks looks 10 times better. I can't show you guys. This is on another tool that I use, but equally weighted healthcare is just looking really good. XLV is almost lagging it. And that tells me more and more that the XLV has room to run, and the XL and overall healthcare is getting ready to rally.
Well, right.
Healthcare
In
plans
the
coming
long
back
run,
into play.
you know, let's say healthcare, you know, again, I'm just still talking my book, right? So I've been buying this thing for feels like months. Let's just say we get back to all-time highs. It's another, what, 10% from here. And in the ETF, it's a pretty big deal, right? That's not nothing. You know, you're not talking, obviously, you know, Micron that's, I think, down like 15% from its open. You're getting less of a move, but also means you're getting less potential drawdown, which means you can size yourself up a little bigger, right? So, but I just still, it's, you know, I'm risking 5 points on this. I think it's an easy, that's just all-time highs. Now we get through all-time highs, we keep going. You could see some of these names really, really pick up and take off. And I think at some point you need, healthcare is a large part of the index, right? You need that to move in order to have this rotation to continue. And again, just it's amazing to see XLV hitting new all-time highs, just as Micron and SMH break down to lows. It's
rotation station, man.
right?
And this is what you need to be looking at, right? And it's just one of those days.
Take place. A lot of people, the studies on rotation just show that it happens faster and faster now. So this is why we spend so much time on it, where there were studies done in 50, 60 years ago where these rotationary periods would take 6 months or so to complete. And there was a lot of people that made a ton of money off that. If you were able to see the rotation start and you had 6 months to ride the trend, now it can happen in days, right? We could see Micron, 10-20% down in just a couple days, and we could see XLV up 10% in days, and that shouldn't surprise anyone. It's just, so this is why you really got to be on it, because it just happens way faster than it did back in the day.
Yeah, and the trades that are working, the ones for the oil down move continue to just work, right? Cruise lines, leisure, gambling stocks, footwear accessory names. Name that I've been seeing really strong as of late is Deckers. And then I started to see the Crocs getting strong. Look at this chart, guys. This is why I think sometimes people just miss things, guys. They just miss the strength. This is why I pay attention to the overall market, not just one sector, right? Because this told me something. I saw it off day 3. When you get 3 days of strength like this, there's something going on. So I said, what's going on in Deckers and Nike? And then you could see it in Nike today. And then I said, whoa, Crocs might get the move now. And look at Crocs go, right? So,
hey, listen, I always laugh that company exists, but I like my Crocs. My kids wear Crocs. I'm shelling money out for them. So
no shoes with the holes in this house.
Oh man,
but this chart right here,
holes, man.
This chart right here, it tells it's a nice chart, dude. I think this eventually breaks this, right? Then you break out through that. I mean, that's a pretty looking long-term chart, Michael. If I didn't tell you this was Crocs, how would you feel?
Well, and they're big in
CMT. So, what do you think?
Oh, it's a great looking triangle, but just big in the the medical community, I see every time you see like nurses and doctors and anyone working in hospitals, they're wearing them because you can just hose them down at the end of the day, right? You don't have to worry about
Yeah.
blood. And like my wife, who's a dental hygienist, she wears them because she's like, listen, I don't want to wear anything with fabric that like spit and stuff soaks up into. And the same reason they tell us at daycare to put the kids in them, because inevitably when they drop something on their shoes, you can just hose them off outside and shake them a couple times and go, here you go. So, there's places, and those people are going to replace their shoes fairly frequently. Like, what's the other one? It's Fig or Figs. That thing's been on fire recently. Figs, and it's the same thing. This is apparently, according to my wife, Figs is the Lululemon of scrubs, right? So it's like this is your status symbol if you are, someone who's wears scrubs for a living, doctors, dentists, that type of thing. And a lot of these things are, they're taken off. So people are buying them. So maybe, I don't know, maybe Crocs is healthcare adjacent at that point.
All right, guys, we're going to get to our education now. We have multiple things that we can get into. Like always, you guys know I'm always prepared and ready to rock and roll on some education. So I'll give you guys in the chat the opportunity to determine what we get into tonight, right? And we can talk a little bit about SpaceX, right? Dive deeper into the IPO. What are you looking into? And what really is SpaceX, right? I think it's an important one. Or we can also talk about some opticals and the connector bottleneck of AI, and talk about that action. Of course, AI is getting hit today, so maybe you don't want to learn about that, but let me know in the chat. I'll let you guys determine what we can get into. I always try to give you guys an option between two, and then I have some more, but we can just kind of keep it there. I also have OpenAI. I don't know if we ever went into the OpenAI one here, but I also have that one, and we can put it as an opportunity there too. Right. So I need to break down Anthropic now. That's going to be probably the next one that I break down. But let's hear it in the chat. Let me know in the chat, guys. This is your opportunity to run the show. So let me know in the chat what you guys want to see. I'll catch the comments and get it ready to go.
New lows for Micron, new lows for semis, just FYI. So Micron has flopped negative for the day after that gap up. And this candle, a lot of day going on. But this candle on SMH is looking a little worrisome. When you have a gap up and then it sells and it engulfs the entire day's candle last day, right? You could see it happened right here and then down the next day. Obviously not calling the top of anything, but these are the kind of things you start to see at short-term tops and at some sort of reversal there as well. Big gap up, and then so far sitting at lows. Again, a lot of days, so we don't know obviously what the candle is going to look like at the end of the day. I wish we did, but this is one of those that it doesn't look the best right now. If we close like this, it wouldn't surprise to see another couple days down here as well.
All right, let's get this
Which might
education
put a
ready. I
fib
think we're going
on
SpaceX.
MU. I saw some SpaceX mentioned. Yeah, a fib for what? Like where? That's the problem with fibs. I had the intraday fib on. It bounced right to that kind of 38.2 or whatever that people love, and then just tank. But if you're talking like a longer term one, that's going to take a little bit. But it's just it can't go up forever. Right? Nothing can go up forever. So that's why it's good to have profit taking modalities, because if you still like the stock, you can just, if it is going to move lower, you can buy it back there. So I don't know, 50% of just this last move from March, April, like nothing. A 50% pullback is what, 650. So that could be in the cards. That's just 50% pullback. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think that would surprise anyone here.
All right, guys, we're going to go to our education in just a second here. I'll get the producer to kickstart it and start it off. So we'll get to some SpaceX conversation there. And we'll talk about it
on May
afterwards.
20th, 2026.
You guys in the chat,
the formal
feel
public
free to jump
release
in.
May 20th. Like already. We just heard that. I didn't know it was that soon. Wow.
No, that's
gonna
when
be
I
a
did the
big deal.
report. That's when I did the report.
On May
playing?
20th,
I know mine's
2026,
lagging, but
the formal
there it
public
goes.
release
good
of the
now.
SpaceX Form S1 marked the arrival of the largest initial public offering in financial history.
Largest.
The company has targeted a Nasdaq listing with a valuation between $1.75 trillion and $2 trillion. Underwriting is being handled by a syndicate of 21 investment banks, with Goldman Sachs taking the lead left bookrunner position over Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan Chase. In a departure from typical mega-cap technology listings, SpaceX has earmarked 30% of the
30%.
entire public float for retail investors. In a $75 billion raise, this funnels up to $22.5 billion in shares directly into retail brokerage accounts. For secondary market participants, the May 4, 2026 5-for-1 forward stock split is a critical baseline. The split retroactively adjusted share counts, meaning historical trades on platforms like Forge Global that once cleared at $420 now translate to an $84 baseline. While the S1 reference price sits at $195, the underlying financials reveal a massive internal divergence. For the full year 2025, SpaceX recorded an adjusted EBITDA profit of $6.6 billion, yet simultaneously recorded a GAAP net loss
Something
of
off there.
$4.94 billion. The path to a $2 trillion valuation rests on the reconciliation of these two figures, an operational profit of over $6 billion that somehow terminates in a multi-billion-dollar net loss. The explanation begins with the February 2026 all-stock merger that absorbed Elon Musk's AI venture, xAI, into the SpaceX structure at a $1.25 trillion valuation. This consolidation directly impacted Tesla's balance sheet. A previous $2 billion private investment in xAI by the automaker successfully converted into 19 million shares of SpaceX common stock, creating a $3.7 billion equity asset for Tesla. The resulting architecture lashes a highly profitable satellite telecommunications monopoly to a capital-intensive, loss-making AI model training and computing operation. Furthermore, the filing flags a unique geopolitical risk profile. Citing national security directives, the S1 explicitly excludes China from the company's addressable market, framing the region as a permanent competitive threat rather than an expansion target. This hybridized structure and its massive infrastructure requirements have expanded the company's total accumulated deficit to $41.3 billion. This S1 presents a consolidated technology conglomerate, a structure where high-margin space logistics provide the capital to build out a global artificial intelligence infrastructure. Starlink is the primary economic engine of the group. In 2025, the connectivity segment generated $11.4 billion in revenue, representing 61% of total consolidated SpaceX sales. Customer acquisition has scaled rapidly, reaching 10.3 million active subscribers across 164 countries by the first quarter of 2026, up from just 2.3 million at the end of 2023. However, global expansion has compressed yields. Average revenue per user has declined from $99 per month to $66 as the company pushes into lower-income emerging markets with tiered pricing structures. To bridge the gap to a net loss, 3 structural drags exist: stock-based compensation for engineers, aggressive fleet depreciation for short-lived satellites, and massive AI infrastructure capital expenditures, like specialized GPUs and data centers, which pull GAAP profitability below zero. Starlink is generating significant cash, but the company is aggressively exhausting those flows to finance its infrastructure shift toward AI computation. The legacy launch services division now functions as an in-house logistics layer. By utilizing reusable boosters, SpaceX has transitioned its rocket technology into a tool to slash the cost of deploying its own space-based hardware. The spending reflects this hierarchy. In the first quarter of 2026, SpaceX directed $930 million towards Starship testing, while spending $7.7 billion, over 8 times more, on AI infrastructure. A portion of that capital fuels Project Terafab, a joint semiconductor initiative with Tesla and Intel.
That I keep talking
The goal
about
is to manufacture space-grade AI silicon, vertically integrating the hardware stack from the chip level to the satellite. Terrestrial AI will be throttled by grid capacity and massive water cooling needs. Orbital data centers bypass this. Solar arrays above clouds generate 5 times the energy, while space's cold vacuum provides a natural thermodynamic sink, eliminating water cooling costs. To connect this orbital compute to users, SpaceX executed
This
a
was the
spectrum for
massive
equity
move
transaction with EchoStar.
that
In
they
exchange
needed
for
to
50
do.
megahertz of vital wireless bandwidth, SpaceX issued nearly 8 million post-split shares. This spectrum is the regulatory key for Starlink V3. Scheduled
you're
for
gonna
late
get,
2026, these satellites will carry
cell phone
payloads enabling
access.
unmodified mobile devices to connect directly to the network for voice and data. These capital expenditures are the foundation of a vertically integrated ecosystem, one that controls everything from silicon manufacturing to
Full
orbital
stack.
connectivity. This roadmap requires investors to underwrite a valuation exceeding 100 times trailing revenue, a premium that far outpaces mature aerospace or defense companies. A scenario analysis models a 2.0 trillion base case, assuming 15 million Starlink subscribers and stabilized B2B contracts offset AI costs. Conversely, a bear case, driven by falling ARP and technical delays, triggers massive dilution, contracting the valuation toward $800 billion. Because the direct IPO is likely to be oversubscribed, investors are turning to publicly traded proxy equities for indirect exposure to SpaceX. Destiny Tech 100, or DXYZ, holds SpaceX as its largest position. However, it trades at a massive premium to net asset value and carries dilution risks. The Barron Partners Fund, BPTRX, is a more concentrated institutional proxy. Over 53% of its assets are tied directly to Elon Musk's companies, including SpaceX and Tesla. Alphabet Inc. also holds a legacy stake from 2015. That initial $1 billion investment could be worth up to $106 billion, depending on IPO pricing. Finally, there is the amalgamation trade, where institutional desks use Tesla common stock as a liquid proxy for SpaceX valuation catalysts. Historical data reveals distinct patterns. Major SpaceX IPO announcements correlate with a negative 10-day return of minus 4.2% for Tesla, reflecting capital rotation. Conversely, corporate synergy events like the XAI merger drive a positive
some
average
good
return of
correlation data.
6.1% for Tesla shares. Effectively trading the SpaceX IPO requires an understanding of these interconnected financial mechanics across the entire Musk ecosystem. The terminal risk for prospective investors is the total concentration of corporate governance in a single individual. A dual-class stock structure ensures that while Elon Musk owns 42% of the total equity, he controls 85% of the total shareholder voting power. This controlled company designation exempts SpaceX from requirements to maintain a majority of independent directors or independent compensation committees. This enables unchecked strategic control over capital allocation. It allows Musk to approve major related party transactions, including rising millions paid to his private security firm, without the standard checks and balances of a public corporation. Current employees also face immediate financial hurdles. Those holding incentive stock options face an alternative minimum tax exposure of up to 28% upon exercise. To manage this concentration risk, advisors recommend a baseline diversification strategy. Early employees should sell 30%. SpaceX's offering is the public debut of a sovereign-level infrastructure monopoly designed for total control over the logistical, computational, and communications layers of low Earth
All
orbit.
right. Let's go back to the charts there and talk a little bit about the action. And these are some of the things and the reason why I think Tesla is going to be an interesting stock. And I think that maybe it gets to 500 and things like that. So, of course, we'll see what happens out there. What do you think
500's
about
not
the
that high.
conversation? No, I mean 500 just like right now, like X move, right? I think eventually
Yeah.
we can get to 4 digits again. And of course, this stock got split once up there. So, hey, we'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
it's right. Sounded all good until they're like, okay, you're tying you're tying your is the concentrated ownership, right? The fact that he's got 85% of voting could go great, could go poorly. You know, you never know with these things. There's
The key is,
Meta,
I think we're
Meta,
getting
I think, is the
closer.
perfect example.
But I think we're getting closer and closer to what we've always heard from Elon, right? Which is to create the one app, everything app, right? X essentially. And I think we're getting closer and closer to that because if we're going to have the satellites to create the cell phones, right? We're going to have the robo taxis, right? That kind of, let's say like your Uber, right, onto the platform, right? Then you're going to have all these data centers. That's the move. The next move is I see the Tesla phone coming out. I see things like that. What do you think about that? Do you think that could help it out? Do you think that could change up Tesla? Because I don't think it's
Maybe.
the same company. I don't think it's the same company that
Well,
we, once viewed it as. It's definitely changed.
I think the chips and the robotics, right? Because even in space, right? Obviously having Optimus kind of
Yeah.
fueled robots, right? Things that could just be powered by the sun, things
Mhm.
like that would make for way better,
How do
spacewalks
you
and
how do you build
fixing
infrastructure
things
on the
and
moon? You kind of need the
right.
robots to do it, right? I mean,
Yeah, and you need the
right?
solar power and the battery technology that Tesla would have, all that kind of stuff. So the way I've heard it described by people who study this
Yeah.
stuff more than me is that Tesla's the robotics arm, and then SpaceX is the moving of things into space. So eventually there'll be, if it's not the same company, they'll be very kind of incestuous, where it's like, okay, we need a robotics partner. Let's just go to Tesla, regardless
Exactly.
of who would be best or whatever, because we can just do that, and then just have the money kind of flowing back and forth, where we have to go and, all right, we're going to throw robots in space. Well, we're going to get Tesla to make the robots. They're going to send them over to SpaceX, and it's going to launch them into space. So yeah, it just becomes a kind of big circle. And again, if you've been invested with them, you've made a ton of money, but you just have to deal with the inherent Elon volatility. Like Tesla is one of those things. You would have made so much money, but you got to deal with every now and then he goes crazy and calls out
Just
Trump on Twitter or
yeah.
something. You get a 30-40% drawdown over and over again. And we have Tesla. Tesla's interesting because it's I think the only Mag 7 that is like still below its 2023 high. It didn't get any of the love from the 2024 or 2025 rally. So if there's going to be a big catch-up trade on Tesla, right, it's going to first break out of these highs and then have a lot of room to go.
Yeah.
Let's
A
take this
lot of
chart
room to
and
go.
right, put this chart in Meta, and then right back to these 2023 highs, right back here, right? 2021, 2023 highs, right? So it made it through it, like Microsoft did, Google did. A lot of these things have made it through these old highs, but Tesla just has not yet. So it's one of those you have to. If you think there's a catch-up trade coming, it's got a lot of juice in the tank, a lot of rotation into it that could take place.
And then a lot of people just don't realize the revenue in SpaceX doesn't come from SpaceX. It's Starlink. It's 100%. It's a losing battle to keep building rockets, man. A lot of people act like rockets is a crazy profitable business. It really is not.
No. That's why
It really
software,
isn't.
as if you look at recently, obviously that changed, but if you track out software versus hardware in the long run, software has just killed it because you have your
That's where the
margins are just
margins,
insane.
right?
Right?
Yeah, you're
Just
creating a
insane.
digital product, and you essentially get to set your standards on margins.
Mhm.
Versus when it's hardware, but the tell on the other side is right. Well, when the banks come and get their money, you actually have something to give them, right?
Yeah. Well,
There's actual
yeah,
physical things that they can go and grab, right? In software
loans,
companies,
financing becomes harder for sure in the software side of things, where
it's a lot harder.
it's IP and things that are much harder to defend. But speaking of software, actually flipped positive on the day. So this
Holding
is,
in
the
the anchor.
exact opposite we saw, right? Semis gapped up, sold off all day, and then we have software gapped down and rallied all day. So a bit of a flippening there, a bit of rotation from hardware into software. Be interesting to see if that continues. We obviously have these highs in software around $95 that we've hit a few times and struggled with, but yeah, we're seeing that, and then XLV giving it up quite a bit here. Not liking the look of that one.
It's fine. I think it's everything just kind of holding in. You had your medical devices turn a little red, but every other industry looking pretty good. You got healthcare plans pushing higher. Drug manufacturers are up 0.84%. This is why I love the equally weighted outlook. The XLV can lie to you. It's holding VWAP. on the equally weighted outlook. We're looking fine. And just in long term, just look at the daily. Key for me is now just continuing to hold the 9 EMA on XLV. You want to just hold the 9 EMA, just not break it, right? And what is you seeing on the XLV? You have every moving average that most traders use are all underneath the price action now. That's a big change. The 200 was actually above it for a long time on the exponential moving average. And now you're getting a cross of the 9 and the 50, and the 9 is crossing the 200. So now you're going to get the short-term moving averages to move really quickly with the price action, and the long-term moving averages to start trickling higher. So now you get the trend traders to start looking at this. You get a whole bunch of investors to start looking at this, and some confluence comes into play also for monthly charts. Look at the monthly charts. This is right where support is and where institutions like to buy.
Yeah, and consolidation under, a key resistance area like that is just a good thing, right? Yeah. You want things. This is how price, quote unquote, should react. It ran all the way from 41 up to 50 where it had resistance before. And this kind of back and forth consolidation right below resistance is positive. It's the same thing I'm watching for with my Oscar, right? Yeah. It doubled off its lows to get to this giant resistance zone. It's been in for some time. Won't surprise me if we get a couple weeks or so of chopping back and forth under this resistance zone. And then, you can think of it as kind of churning through overhead supply slowly, because there's probably a lot of people that have orders up there to sell, and as it gets up to that price, it has to take its time, and as long as it doesn't bounce its head and tank right back down, then it's just constructively kind of chewing through that overhead supply until it's all gone, and then you can have your breakout. And it's kind of the same look here, where pretty decent move up to this overhead supply, and it's just got to take its time. To buyers have to slowly overwhelm sellers there, right?
Right, traders. And I'm super excited, guys. I want to go ahead and bring you guys to the screen here. I need everyone to take a moment and sign up for what? Our biggest competition yet. The Trading World Championship. Let's go. July 8th to July 19th. Yes, we're talking World Cup. Who's making the goals? Who's determining it? You got game prediction, trader contests, trader battles. And of course, this doesn't just include Trade the Pool. We got the Fivers futures. We got Trade Set Go and the Fivers joining in multi-brand event. Sign up right now. You don't want to miss this, guys. It's going to be a great one. If you want to learn more about it, of course, we got an FAQ section there to tell you more about the specifics. But sign up right now, guys. The trader contest that you don't want to miss out. And I will be definitely joining in all about this, doing the game predictions. Just to mention, my team is Deutschland. Deutsch. Let's go. If you guys don't know, I actually have German citizenship. So yeah, Deutschland. Let's go, Germany. And let's go, traders out there. Who's going to win the battles? We got a trading contest, of course. This is where you get to choose your team, right? Win cash prizes, get after it, qualifying round, and reach the finals to compete to win even more. Don't miss it, guys. Register now right there on the forum. Just scroll down. You guys can be registering. We'll make sure the link is here in the chat so you guys sign up and don't miss it. World Cup predictions. You guys can sign up to that. Who's betting on certain teams? Who's going to win it? Will it be Brazil again? I don't know. Brazil was pretty good. Definitely like Brazil too. Gotta love some Brazil in soccer, right? I mean, we'll see what happens, guys. A full breakdown right there on, of course, the website. Don't miss it, guys. June 8th to June 19th. We got a traders contest. We got the World Cup predictions. And of course, the one-on-one brand battles coming June 22nd to the 25th. Hit the like button. Like always, we bring you guys bigger and better things, and this one's huge. Don't miss it. The Trading World Championship. All right, guys, that's going to be definitely an exciting time. Exciting to go ahead and jump on there and do a little bit of some game predictions. Definitely sign up for that part too. I mean, you guys know my degenerate friends out there that love to gamble alongside of me. Well, join in, right? Team Canada? I don't know.
we don't do so well
You
in like the soccer theme
stick to
thing,
hockey.
you know.
Stick to hockey.
We
dude.
don't. Yeah, we don't do the whole
maybe
the
a
whole
little
soccer
curling
theme thing well, right? You know,
maybe a little curling. You know,
curling would be good. Yeah,
little sweeping
we
of the
do
ice.
well.
You know.
Yeah, we do well in anything cold. We do just fine. Anything that you need, like a big open field and have that field not be covered with snow half the year, that's not really our thing. You know, at least baseball, it's easier to like put inside of a
dome.
room or something. But yeah, no shot there with soccer.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys have you have like some soccer some like in the MLS. You have a soccer team in Toronto that has a huge open one. I'm like, I don't know how they do it. But hey,
some poor guy gets up super early and starts clearing the snow, I guess. But yeah, you just have to
bring the
run
robots,
fast enough
please.
that you're not getting tired.
Bring the robots. I'm sure that guy's yelling right now. Bring the robots fast.
Yeah, I'll take all of them.
I will tell him to get to work.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a lot of fun. I like these contests too because it's all in good fun. Where
who's your team out there? Chat. Let us know.
You get to play around. You get to do something that's not the way you would normally trade. Do a little YOLOing, that kind of thing.
France.
Morocco. Well, sign up, right? Take your bets. Put your time where your mouth is, huh?
Coleman on France. I love Coleman. He's fast, man. That's lightning. But yeah, man, it's always fun. World Cup comes only every 4 years. So let's enjoy it. Let's have a good time. And let's do some trading. All right. My first team always Brazil, Germany, England. Yeah. Canada is before everyone else. Michael, we played good last time. We'll make it to the second round. There you go. At least you have some support for those Canadians out there. Morocco being mentioned. France in the chat. Who else is out there? Who else is putting a bet on some certain country? As long as it's not Spain. Spain always it gets me a little upset. I don't know. It's just they have a tendency of winning. Get Ice to get Mitch. What? Crow. Yeah, you got banned, Crow. That's what happened to you. Banned. Banhammer. Down. Goodbye, Crow. Goodbye. Sayonara. There he goes. Crow gets the band hammer. Boom! Laying it down. That's one of the good things I have the ability to do. All right, we'll see what happened. PSG will play France. Yeah, I always like Germany too. Got to get that Germany. Deutschland. The Deutsch.
Well, Nos is a German name, so maybe I should be rooting for you there.
Yeah, you got to go to the Deutsch, man. Hey,
one thing.
You're not rooting for me. You're rooting for one team, pretty much. That's the whole team from Germany. Bayern Munich. They grab like one or two players from the other teams, but
yeah, one thing. Just chatting with the market here. There's been nothing. Like I'm currently scrolling through news feeds and things. There's been nothing. There's been I think either Walter Bloomberg just took the day off, or we're not even getting any chatter back and forth. You notice no one's mentioned like Iran all day.
This is the bulls in hiding, man. The bulls in hiding. The Twitter's got quiet. Like it
is a ghost town out there.
I'll tell you what's moving though. Tesla, getting the lift off and rocketing. Like if I could trade, I'm buying Tesla. Tesla's doing great right now.
This might be why. 11 a.m. So this will be Eastern time for anyone who was wondering. So right as we leave, 5 minutes from now, Trump to participate in cabinet meeting, White House press pool. And then at 3 and at 4, participates in policy meeting, closed to press. So he's like He's probably still sleeping, honestly, to be ready to go when the press comes up. So FYI, right after we leave, just be wary for market volatility, because I'm assuming this is one of those with the cabinets when it's just like a bunch of dudes sitting around that giant table and just getting grilled by the press. Is that what this, again, I don't know anything about your guys' politics, but so I just picture a bunch of old people sitting around a giant table talking about Iran or whatever
The
it is they're
Dow
talking
is
about
at
this time.
50,000. The Dow is at 50,000.
Yeah.
Can you believe she got another job?
No, doing what?
She's on the AI committee.
Oh, okay. There you go. I should just talk
Can't
about how
make
they
this-
used AI to cover everything.
Can't make this up, dude. Can't make this up, man. Poor Pam, dude. I don't think I could ever see that lady and not just yell at her. 50,000. The Dow is at 50. I would just be yelling
Yeah,
at
it's
her.
like that. How does that have anything to do with what we're talking about today? Congratulations.
She's the most epic. I think for me, that's the one thing in my lifetime I don't think I'll forget. That was one of the best moments ever. When someone tells you about something bad, you turn and you tell them, "Look at your 401ks."
Yeah, I just stubbed my toe. But do you realize the market's going up?
Do
It's
you
like,
realize it?
my toe still hurts. It's that didn't help. It's thank you, but yeah, it didn't help
50,000,
me out too
man.
much.
Hopefully, we all can get to 50,000 and worry about the move to the upside, right? And goodbye. Definitely, Pam. Sayonara.
Goodbye, good luck.
Yeah. Goodbye, good luck. And we'll see you in the AI. Right? It's just how it is. Hamid, how we doing? Mitch, me, and Crow. Old days were from Benzinga days. Yeah. The good old days of Benzinga, right? Good thing I saw my way out of that one. Financial data going to be changing up. That's for sure. Financial data is going to be disrupting that stuff all day.
Oh yeah, no, there'll be
Like news and stuff like that. I mean, it's tough business to be in now. I feel bad for like CNBC, right? Like I'll just be honest, and their time is limited. The clock is ticking.
Yeah, well, they've been. I think I remember I told you a conversation I had with one of them when I was on the show. It's like, what do you guys do when the worst happens to old Jim? And the guy just like he went ghost faced, like the whole. They know it's an because for the rest of the stuff, like the talking head stuff, well, you should come here instead of go there. And there's lots of other places,
actual trade
like
knowledge,
that kind
right?
of stuff, right? Yeah, it's gonna be
Actual
just
trade
more
knowledge.
and more. And there's going to be more and more of it. The tasty trade guys with their options. We got Forex streams with the fivers and futures and all that kind of stuff.
You want to go where the traders are, right? And they're going to be the ones probably telling you better news than the talking heads, right? That just want to speak to their clients, essentially.
Yep.
Look at AppLovin as a perfect example of the day. Right? Perfect example, right? It's a stock that is in the dirt. It's a stock that hasn't been really taking off. But today, since there's rotation away from certain places in tech, even though with tech being down 0.62%, you're seeing what? You're seeing software up big. And
So just oh, okay. But yeah, we're gonna oh, it's all fixed now. Okay, good. So yeah, we're gonna go over to the screeners now, and just again keep in mind, Trump's gonna come on. He's gonna talk. He's gonna say a bunch of things.
Trumpster.
He's going to
Try to shake up this market.
he's gonna shake it up. So just either stay
And
on
don't
your
forget,
toes or just check
supposedly
back
the
later.
deal is being written up. Maybe we hear something. I'm not guaranteeing it, but I'm just kind of giving you the macro landscape. Have a good one, traders. We'll get you guys over to the scanner side. Derek, it was good to see you out there. It's good to see all you guys out there. Have a good one there. Take care.
Hey, Ish. How you doing? All right, I am good to start any old time. I'm not coming through yet. It's cool. Oh, well, would you look at that? It looks like I am live. Well, welcome, guys. Sorry about that. Howdy. I'm Steve Tileman here with Trade the Pool. We've got another barn burner on our hands. SPY, we got a little up, we got a little down. We are seeing if we are going to catch and hold at this pretty pivotal level or whether we are going to start making a trip downtown. I am bullish. I've got some longs. They are green. I have taken profit. We will see what the day lies in store for us, but let's mark out a few key levels here. How we all doing in the chat? Let me get the chat popped out here. Oh, SPY having a little bit of trouble. We're going to watch that in just a second here. Trying to get my comments up. All right, so we are in some data center plays, some Bitcoin mining plays. We think there's a lot of relative strength in that sector. I'm seeing APLD in particular looking like it wants to do the big old breakout here pretty soon. If SPY can get its legs under it, that is. Same with NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA has a lot of room to the upside if SPY can stabilize. NVIDIA has been going down while the rest of the chips have been going up. We did hit a very large and important level for me at 211.50. I'm going to draw that out for you right here, and this represents the daily trigger for me. If it undercuts and reclaims, this is a high probability swing setup. So I have entered some NVIDIA preemptively. A little bit early, but now I'm green on the position and looking for a place to add back in. You can see my scalps here where I took this setup, essentially undercutting it a little bit here too, but loading in on this pullback and starting to sell as it went green. Now we've got a nice cushion on a solid 100 shares of NVIDIA. I will be good and put the stop loss in there. Make sure we don't lose more than 20 bucks on this trade. And really, it'll be flat because we've been taking profit. And that's worst case if NVIDIA comes all the way back down into its intraday range. So I'm liking the price action here. I'm going to navigate on comments. Oh my goodness, I hear myself. There we go. Okay, now I see the comments. What's up, Nigel? What's up, Crow? What's up, Michael Anthony? It is good to see all you guys. I see you, Steph. I see you, Derek. Hope you guys are doing well. We have some stuff to talk about, to get into here real quick. All right, so NVIDIA still my top watch of the day, but there's other things that I think are worth taking a look at. We talked about APLD. In the rest of the sector, we're seeing continuation all over the place. So we're going to start with IREN. Remember, these are Bitcoin plays turned data center miners. These guys are explosive if they can get going. And as you can see on the daily chart, right in the middle here, we are testing a major range breakout here on IREN. Excellent, excellent look here. Starting to see just a little bit of a sell-off, so we'll keep an eye on this as well as the sector as a whole. Probably coming down a little bit with SPY. SPY still hanging out. Definitely a little bit weak off of our big VWAP range here, our big 750 level as well. If it can make the break over that 750.60, the previous swing high, then I think we're all set for a nice push up. Till then, we are seeing just a little bit of weakness, and that could continue. We're kind of at a pin range on SPY, and I'll draw that out. The upside big target is there. Downside big target, which we did undercut a bit, we're trying to reclaim, sitting right about here. Tested on the low, the morning opening range, pushed up, violated it a few times, so that is a little bit of a cause for concern, I will admit, for the bulls. But in general, I do think we are range bound, and I'd like to see, if we are going to sell, a pop up into this range first to really confirm it. Our APLD coming back a little bit, couldn't quite get our fill there. Oh, so close. Gonna stick with the play for now, but we're going to keep an eye on this with a little bit of weakness in data centers. We want to see the dips get eaten up, so we just need SPY to stabilize, and these plays can turn on around. Yo, what's up, brother?
Turn on around, that's what I said. I forgot to do this right there. But yeah, man, how you doing? How we doing?
Today, Josh.
Small caps are going crazy, my man. So how you doing in the large cap sector?
Large caps, we're doing A-okay. You know, sure wish I had a bit more of that Micron swing. So how about that? You're still in that bad boy?
Oh yeah, what we talked about 1K, baby boy. So love. Told a couple of my trader, or one of them for sure, that was in a swing play from yesterday to hold it. And yeah, so this morning seeing that was absolutely beautiful. And of course, some sell off after that massive move from yesterday, all the way up through 985 to today. So beautiful move there, and hopefully some traders took profit in what we kept talking and yelling, shouting and yelling from the rooftops to get into ARM as well. So ARM was another one for the longest time. So now we can't take full credit for everything like AMD and Apple. Those have made some new crazy moves, all-time high runs. But yeah, the definite move on MU, man. Yeah, Micron holding on to the kind of forever shares at this point after making that move to 1K, and now we're just kind of saying, hey, final move, where are we going to? That'll be even a fun call-in show question for tomorrow. We could say, hey, what do you think? And the winner gets a 5K eval. What's the highest MUCs? But it might be a while till you win that eval. What's up, Giovanni? How does the one-on-one battle work? Is it multiple traders live? Yeah, so essentially, if you are selected GDEL Core, we announce that on the live stream, and then you are notified. And within that time period, we will get you set up on getting onto our live stream. And it'll be you versus, say, Money Mitch or Nos or whoever it might be. I would love to join one of the days. Of course, like most days, I'm streaming live and doing one-on-ones like I was today. Was in a one-on-one, so I couldn't join you guys. But I would love to, and hopefully sometime, I'm sure, soon, because we continue to do that. So, yeah, all that works is essentially, of course, there's me and Steve. So if we did it right now and you entered and we do a raffle drawing, oh, wow, and then we announce the winner on the live stream, try to get a hold of you. Hopefully, you obviously get in touch with us right away and say, yes, let's do it. Let's get going. Then we get you on the live stream, and then you will challenge either me or Steve, would be how that would go over a 10-minute period. You get a essentially an account. You know, it's not a real account, but it's an account to go trade with for 10 minutes, and the most obviously the person with the highest P&L wins.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to this as we go forward. We're going to be doing a lot more of this with the trading challenge. What are we calling it? The WTC. That one's going to be a lot of fun, guys.
Yep.
So be sure to stay tuned. Lots of good prizes. We are seeing SPY airing it on out. I wonder if we got some news, because that's a pretty big candle. I'm going to look for some news there. Spicy stuff there. Woo.
Did you say spicy?
I said spicy, Josh. You feeling a little spicy? I'm feeling a little spicy.
Ooh, you know me, I'm always loving to eat jalapenos like they're Skittles, baby. So bring it on, like Donkey Kong. I love it spicy.
Some jalapeno action. I'm in for it. So I'm managing my trades here. Well, I'm thinking about managing them, Josh. They were working. I took some profit. They're starting to go either flat or a little bit red. So I'm taking a peek, seeing if we are buying this dip at all. I'm in stuff that's stronger than SPY, but SPY ain't strong. So that can pull everything down if it's not going to cooperate. So watching this potential low break. And we're also going to be watching the development on my little, you can see it peeking out here, this gamma exposure profile that I have building out. This one here.
I'm a little upset. I'll say, you know, it's just teasing me. I said last week, it's like they heard me on Friday. We're going to see gap up and go, and we keep doing it, but we don't go. You know, yesterday we get a gap up, and then today we get. I'm like, okay, today we're going to get it. Today was going to be that day. We're going to shoot to 760 or so. Not happening. So I'm right, but I'm not right. You know, it's like I was right. We would see the new all-time highs in gap up, but boy, they just does not want to take advantage of it. And yeah, here we go. New low of day. Big reversal on the SPY. And I do see this President Trump at least at 4 after. So 6 minutes ago, we have Trump says Strait of Hormuz will be open to everyone. No one will control it. Says not talking about easygoing sanctions on Iran. U.S. will continue. Let's see here. What's this say? U.S. will. Can I read this, Josh? It's trying to highlight. U.S. will keep control of money. Not comfortable with Russia or China taking Iran's stockpile. All right. So here we go. All right.
So
anyway, so
bulls are trying to step in. They're trying to use this little shake and bake action as another little foothold to get in. The problem is we did crack the structure to the downside, and what I'm worried about is the coming off of the calls. They are monetizing some of them.
Trump is talking, by the way. There is a cabinet meeting right now, so Trump is talking currently right now and having questions asked.
Okay, all right. So this is going to be a fun one, Josh. We got a lot going on right here. I feel like, what is it? Leslie Nielsen in Airplane. I'm quitting nicotine, Josh. So I'm like, I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. You know, it's like everything's happening at once. I'm like, all right, gotta keep locked in. Market's moving fast. What I am noticing is just where the relative strength pockets are continuing to lie. Space sector still very robust, and I think this is going to continue to be a buy the dip type of area in the market for risk on growth until we get that SpaceX catalyst. So I'm still in the market for these dip buys on the names. That's why I tried to play it momentous here. This was a big runner that we were talking about. I booked a little bit of profit. I am now a little bit red and flirting with a stop out. So we'll see if that one actually pans out. I was hoping to get a little more traction on these, but if SPY can't hold on, these are areas I'm gonna shelf for the day and then bring them back later on into the week and next week if we do get continued weakness here, which, man, seeing some follow through on my Bitcoin miners here as well. High time frame is still holding over the high of the day here, so I'm actually kind of looking for an add instead of taking a stop out on APLD. Got a little bit of room to work on that guy. What are you thinking in general when you see this kind of SPY action and you're looking for things that maybe aren't connected 100% to SPY, but are still a little bit beholden to those overall trends? Do you think, do we have to wait for a failed breakdown on SPY, or can we start to look for those areas of pockets and look for those leaders to kind of take the lead and form that bottom first? What do you think?
Yeah, that's me. If I was looking to trade right now, I'd get a little hesitant on what's going on. I mean, nothing that's too crazy, but it does give you a little. And that's one thing which I've had so many traders throughout the year stop trading large caps because they'd be in a trade, everything working out, but something would happen in SPY and everything just for whatever reason that day, especially decides to just dump with it or go up with it. And so what trade they had was a technical sound setup now isn't working, because of whatever was, what news was dropped out of nowhere. So yeah, that's where you have to look at. That's something you definitely have to pay attention to and worry about when you're trading anything that's closely related to SPY, and especially then Trump talking right now.
Absolutely. What I am seeing, I'm just going to redraw this bottom zone on SPY. I see that high volume node where we did sell off from. That's a big level on the book map as well. So that kind of 3D DOM type setup, or type way to look at the market of those bids and asks stacked on the book. So what we're seeing essentially is this was a large level. They got flushed. What that means is we can come back and still reject it. But if we do reclaim it, then it becomes a powerful failed breakdown setup. This is just me being a bull, an eternal optimist, and seeing some buyers here after we kind of sweeped the lows. And I do see on my gamma exposure profile that the pin is essentially, let me find where SPX is, but I think we're right about where the pin is. We are, just trading 5 points over the pin and finding the incentive to maybe not lose that. So I see it as kind of a capped situation here. Maybe not an amazing setup intraday, but potentially setting up for these nice swings, Josh. So hoping to get this party continued. Maybe we're waiting for Trump to shut up. That's always a possibility too.
Yeah, it's just like a round table discussion, your cabinet meeting, where he's got his normal people on one side of the big long table, and then he's got a bunch of, it looks like some are like, looks like a school is there or something. I have no idea who these people are asking him questions, honestly. But yeah, some people are asking him questions, and hey, he's long-winded like me. He'll sit there and talk, and yap it up. So he's got some little pamphlet pulled out in front of him right now, and he's trying to make it, I guess he's buttering up these. It's a bunch of ladies is who it is. So we got Rubio next to him, looking like the petty is.
Talk.
Oh, yeah. And Hegseth, whatever his name is on the other side of him. And yeah, they're just sitting there listening to Trump with the hats around him. And let me go back and kind of take a rewind here. Yeah, it's a bunch of, there's some males, but a bunch of females. Some look like reporters. Maybe they are reporters. I have no idea where they're from. Maybe they're just hand selected, or maybe it's as normal people that go to those meetings, the FOMC meetings. I don't know who are always at these meetings. I always think about that too. I'm like, who are the people allowed to go? Who are the select few to get to these little things? But yeah, just random people, it looks like, asking him questions. And now he's done. It is now over with. I just caught back up to live, so he is now done yapping it up.
So question is, did it sell because they thought he was going to say something crazy and we go up? Or did it sell despite him talking and now it's like, oh, he's got no bullish headline? Well, question is, are we more scared of him opening his mouth or shutting it? I don't know. So far, he shut his mouth and market seems like it's going to try to buy the dip. We'll see how strong that is. Remember, I'm hesitant, skeptical, unless we pop through this 749.50-ish kind of zone.
Before we get too far out, and I want to forget about it, right out of the gate, Mr. Eric Marciano asked, thoughts on RR? So Rich Tech Robotics asked about it, so we can give some thought process not only on the day intraday but daily if you want to. Just right out of the gate does have a nice daily kind of cup or U-shape forming. We'll see if we form the handle, kind of U-shape coming back on around. But yeah, we'll see if this doesn't move back up into. I have some lines back up in the 4s and the 5s there, some resistance areas that we'll now run into. But we are trading higher. Of course, it says in broader industrial sectors, we're trading higher amid the dip in oil prices, and optimism grows that a U.S.-Iran peace framework is nearing completion, potentially easing concerns around future inflation, borrowing costs, and consumer demand. So here we go, Rytech Robotics working its way back on up today. I do like the resistance here that I got back over the 280s into the 3 mark. Swept down today and really needs to hold that. You see a huge sweep at the bell back down. Boy, oh, what a dip buy for traders back into a great liquidation area from yesterday at 285-ish area. I like it. Looks to want to squeeze and continue up here. Again, overall, in that daily does look like it wants to U-shape. So what do you think there, Mr. Steve the Achieve?
I mean, I like everything you said there. I think the big points for me are, like you said, that pop of the big level. For you, you said 280, somewhere right around there. For me, I got 280 to 3, we can call it. This roughly kind of zone here. I pulled it up a little higher because we had this top wick. We also had this pullback in this previous range before it squeezed real nice there. Gave it a double off of that 3 level all the way up to just about 6. So because of this, I like watching this. I like the pop. I like what you said today. It pulled back and is showing the strength. So for me, today's price action, very bullish for swings. You should be looking to buy dips on this guy, maybe off this 320. That would be a nice little pullback, breakout back test area to look to get into. But even down as low as that 290 kind of zone, On the weekly, that's a really nice base that we're pushing out of there as well. Let me draw that out. So when I see this kind of chart, Josh, I'm licking my chops because of a few things. First off, it's that thematic juice, right? We're looking in these sectors. So I like that whoever's bringing this up, I like where your head's at, because you're clearly trying to figure out where the next play is going to be, right? Because we had space going crazy, and that still has juice. But as that starts to peter out, as people start to take profit, I know I took a lot of profit on that. Just got a few tiny shares positions left. All I really know is that money is going to look to put those profits into something else that's hot. So quantum is a strong consideration. Robotics is on my list as well. I'll throw one out there as well. This is a black sheep. This is contrarian, but uranium plays might come back a little bit. Some of these commodity plays, now the oil's dropping. So those are the areas I'm looking, and I like that you're bringing up this name in particular. It's got a lot of juice in this weekly. In particular, the small bodies on the weekly, I really like this, because usually you get small body, and then a big squeeze candle to start a big move. So for me, I see the high volume at 382 to 410. That's where you're going to be tranching out pretty heavily, because you'd expect it to need to digest there. Maybe it does something like boom, 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 boom before moving up higher. It can chop out, it can backtest this breakdown or this downtrend line, something like that. But a really nice chart that's going to go on my strength leaders to watch.
Love it.
Good call there.
There we go. Yep. So yeah, you're welcome there, Mr. Eric Marciano. Want to make sure we get you guys covered. Again, that's just a big thing of my streaming career, which I know traders love that, when you make sure we keep up with all of you guys. So Nigel Tack, what's up? Miss Ingrid Rossi chick there. How we doing? Of course, Groundhog in chat. How we doing? Nigel, I should say Mr. Eric there, and anyone else in chat, from Paula coming in to play today. Michael Anthony, of course, everyone that was in the earlier stream today, and of course, thank you for coming on over. We do have some earnings today, don't we? We have some earnings today, mister.
Yes, sir. They're going to be fun, too. So we got a few in a few different areas. One area which has been getting no love in the bigger picture, but is starting to look better and better, especially today, showing relative strength, that software as a service place or space. So I'm going to show you the index first. This is IGV, hourly on the left. We've got the daily, middle, weekly to the right here. So essentially, pardon me, Josh, you know me, I love my W's. What am I doodling here? There it is. Okay, great. Dealing with some screen lag. So these W's always on my radar, and I always mark out these necklines and look for basically dip buys off of that area. So that 90 level gave that nice entry off the 9 moving average a couple days ago, showing that it wants to move up in my book. 95 showing a small seller there, protecting this gap. Once we get through, you can expect 97 and a potential ripper up to 100. So this is a sector that I really like. One area where I want to see this juice coming in is earnings today on CRM, Josh. Is this on your radar at all? Probably kind of boring. It's been nothing, and it's a big cap. But that's kind of why I love it. Any opinions here on CRM?
I haven't not looked at that. I can look at it real quickly though. But yeah, no, that's hey, you're all me. Yeah, you're like, this is too boring for Josh. He doesn't even look at this. This is
just in case maybe you're seeing something, but for me, it's in the chop box. You can see it just getting rejected over and over and over off of this falling moving average.
Yeah, and just a beautiful downtrend to move with. Yeah, to go down with those moving averages that I have kind of up on my bigger board. I mean, back from March, right? Mid-March, we have that topping resistance at 200, 203.50, whatever you want to call it, and since then fully in a downtrend mode. But the one thing you got to notice here is that the higher or the lower low pattern has actually officially stopped, in my opinion, as that last low that we created on May 13th and May 14th isn't as low as the April 10th low. Now it's close, but we talk about W's. So when that right side W, in my opinion, is higher, there's a higher chance. It doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but it does move it higher on the bracket as far as can it break. This is on a higher bracket. This is on the higher echelon if it can now, with that lower low pattern now stopping. The thing is, now let's break the higher or the lower high pattern. So that would be getting back over the last real high we made on the move up, which would be 187.50. That would be coming from May the 19th. If we get through that, and especially through 190, we're going to be up. And then maybe Josh is going to look at this for a day or two, because we could have a 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 day event that we explode back up through the 220s.
I love that. What I'm also seeing here, Josh, just going along with your levels here, what we're kind of seeing on this daily, I'm going to zoom in, this consolidation that you're mentioning, so it is in this consolidation tightening pattern. We have some key levels to the downside. We're testing one right now, this confluence, this sticky, muddy area of these moving averages as support, hopefully. But ideally, we get a few looks here for earnings. We could watch for the break of this smaller range, the 3-day range, and this 50. See, it's the pinching between if it breaks this little range, this little box here, we're going to at least try to break out of this pennant. If it breaks down below here, we're going to try to break down. So there's where it gets tricky, though, because we have this bigger level that Josh was mentioning there, guys, 187.50-ish. What was that? What's that level? You like the 78?
Well, it's 80. Well, here's what I've noticed throughout the years. Any play at all times, just generally, and I'm sure a lot of it goes with contracts, so you'll get some contracts that will go with a lot of these options. But regardless, it's a whole number, 22.50, 23.50, 25, 27.50, 28.75, and 30. But 8.75 is the number that you're talking about. And yeah, if you go back to Thursday of a couple of weeks ago, that would be May the 7th, we almost ticked and nailed 188.75. We hit 188.58. But if you just go, and then the other number I love is at 87.50 mark. So that would be last Tuesday's high. So go to Tuesday the 19th, right up at 87.50 and back over we fall. I just noticed that. That's just me and the trend, TAC always ask about, this is me. My brain just, I did it forever, and then I just stopped doing it because I kept charting and journaling and tracking and back. It was the same thing over and over and over. And so I just use these numbers as a general rule of thumb, knowing that now. And yes, so those are key. Yeah, I love that now, and too, how often now, being that we're doing these together, you're starting to see that.
Yeah, no, it's all coming together here. And these are just a few scribbles of what I think we could maybe do in terms of this pennant break, because this is where they get you guys. If this looks like what is that? Always Sunny, the Pepe Silvio, the big yarn string map. Well, there might be something to that, but I just noticed that when you have consolidation, they can mess with you with a fake breakout, and then it can come back down and reject. You could also get the fake breakdown, and then it's more likely that you end up resolving to the upside. So actually, Josh, whichever of this smaller range we break first, I might be looking for a potential fade and reclaim buy. So I might be looking to get long on a reclaim of this zone and then trim up here and see if we get the big breakout. And if we do not get what we're looking for on earnings, and we'll be going over those specific print points that we want to look for, those pain points in the print that we need to either see resolve or, can follow through and continue this downward motion. Well, if we do get a negative print, what we might see is a chance to short, maybe on a pop or into or above this 184 level, and we can short the rejection, the loss of that. You look above and fail of that 183, or even potentially that bigger level, the 187. So those are the kind of potential trappy plays that I could see being made here. That's the first of the earnings play, and the most important, I think. But we do have a couple other ones. One that I'm definitely watching in the chip space is Marvell.
Yeah, Marvell. Yeah. I always think of Marvel. And I think Marvel was always like in the movie was Marvell, right? Like when they come up with Captain Marvel, it was Marvell, I think was the real name, so that's why she's caught anyway. But yeah, love it. I was thinking Marvel. It's good stuff.
It's so funny. I refuse to trade this because I'm a grade A player hater of the Marvel movies. I'm just tired of all of the superhero stuff. I know.
Hold on, you gotta admit though, some of the stuff they did was decent.
Yes. If you like superhero movies, you don't really have that many other options right now. And some of that, I enjoyed Endgame, I think. I don't remember. Thanos and the snaps and whatnot. It was good. It's good stuff. Whatever. To me, not my thing. So I'm just a contrarian. Josh is really what it is. I'm a stick in the mud. So for me, I
got there at Endgame. So everything up until Endgame, and me and Avery were just talking about this the other day because they did that's why I named our Jeep, which we have Thanos. So we have a Jeep, the license plate, it's a purple Jeep, and it's done up, and we named it Thanos. And long story short, if you go back to Infinity Game, Thanos, it's the license plate says Thanos and the number 1. So Thanos won. Because if you think about it, Thanos did win. They cheated and had to go back to the future in Endgame. And I'll never forget that in the movie, and they went to Tony Stark, he's kind of retired, doesn't want to do it, and they bring him the idea, and he's like, so we're back. He says something along the lines, so we're back to futuring this. And I'm just griping and complaining and bitching through the whole movie, and Avery keeps stop. Because it's packed. It's Endgame. It's packed to the brim, right? And I'm just like,
yeah, you're bothering everybody.
yes. And I'm like, now I've turned into you. I'm like, this has just turned to nothing. All this for this. You did all these great movies. I say great. Some were good. I'd say some were pretty great. But yeah, and then anyway, but you did all. I'm like, oh, so yeah, so now I'm like you. I'm just like, I'm done. I stopped the game, and now I'm over it. I'm over it,
Over
Jared.
it. All right, you're over it. I'm right there with you. It's funny you mentioned that. I was a stick in the mud in the theater this weekend, Josh. I know, don't say it. I know. I used my movie credit on not Fifth Element, but I did.
Oh yeah, I figured. We figured
No,
by now.
I'm preempting it. We've got a running joke now. So that's what I'm. that's my narrative, and I'm sticking to it. What I did watch was Hokum. Do you like scary movies at all?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that one's a really fun one. It's got Adam Scott. What I will say is it's the kind of movie that likes to play with your expectations. So for me, for the first 30 minutes, I was groaning at that screen. I was like, why is everybody so stupid in horror movies? Why are all these, like, they're doing like cheap jump scares and it ends up not being scary but funny. And I'm like, man, either they are really they have a great production or marketing team, and I've been duped, or I'm in for a doozy of a second half. So that's all I will say. I don't want to spoil anything, but Hokum with Adam Scott from what is it, Severance?
Yes.
Really fun movie to mess with your girlfriend, saying, "Oh, it's going to be a fun, scary, funny movie." Doesn't end up very funny. So that's what I got for y'all. That's my media pick of the week. I know some of our audience, they love our movie talk. Some of us are like, get back to the charts. So we got to hit both. I gave the movie buffs what they need, and now Josh, I need to give the Marvell fans what they need too. If we're bullish, what I want to see is a back test of this rising daily moving average, the 9-day. It's got a nice volume shelf there. It's under the psychological support that we're trying to hold at 200 right now. We could see the fake flush of 200, but still catch at this zone and essentially back test this flag before pushing higher. I have the monthly up on the right just to show that while we are very extended, this thing can continue to go higher if it wants. Does it need to? It does not. It has kind of fulfilled its targets. So I see this as a kind of price to perfection print on this one as well, where, well, can we exceed these already very high expectations? If so, then we're going to be looking for a dip buy off of this 9, potentially a dip buy off of this next level of support down here at 180 as well. Whoops. 180, there's a little bit of an imbalance between these candles that I could see being retested as well. That aligns with the 21 moving average. As long as we hold over this 21 and really over this low at 162, I am inclined to think that this thing wants to go higher. It's just a tough one to buy with your normal shares, normal Roth going into this print. So I'm going to be trading this one with my Trade the Pool account here. Josh, those are my two favorites, but I got some curveballs here. You want to talk about those real quick?
Well, first off, I want to add in and say I love those levels on Mar. I don't think we'll ever see back down to the 160, 155-ish area. That'd be probably another good dip buy. You probably even see that on the chart. You'll see that. But yeah, the higher areas I like there, what you're going for, are all over it.
I'm just double checking on our calendar here. But yeah, we talked about CRM. We also have Snowflake. I believe that's after the bell as well. Let me double check there.
Yep, we do. 100.
Snowflake Aruni. Yeah, okay, so this one again is at a very pivotal point. I'm going to pull it up on my other chart just really quick to show you one indicator. This is one of my custom indicators, and it's just a very pivotal level, this weekly trigger. So every time, I'll go to a weekly chart, every time we've rejected or tested, this weekly trigger, this black stair step in line, we've tested it from the swing high. We've lost it, back tested it, and that started this trend. The back test failed, and now we finally get another back test after a very long time, all year. It's the first test of this level this year. So if bulls in 2026 want to have a snow day, then what they're going to have to do is find traction over this very key 175 level. So that's the rubber, where the rubber meets the road for me, where the line in the sand is. If we clear that, we surge very quickly to test this even more important monthly trigger, and that is sitting up at 186. So that is the kind of area where I would like to see a pop up, even if we end up needing to go lower for a while. I think we could see a pop to here, and then maybe something like that to form, I don't know, something like a inverted head and shoulders bottom on this. This is just, we're looking for inflection points on these. The trend is still down. We're coming back into resistance. This is optimistic, I would say. Gun to my head, bop it back down to 158-ish, 160-ish, 150-ish even. and then we'll see where the chips settle. So those are all fun, but my favorite that I'm looking for personally is Everpure. Josh, are you familiar with this ticker?
I'm familiar with Everclear. It's a very cheap, very bad for your liver alcohol. That if you want to get to the drinking point that you need to really quickly, there you go. But yeah, no, I've never heard of this one.
I thought you were going to start singing some "Father of Mine." That's all I'll do.
Oh, that too. Yes, yeah. I don't know
Yeah.
why the first thing I thought of was because I guess it was like such a my dad called that rock gut. But yeah, so yeah, I like it. Yeah, I like
Nice.
Father of Mine. Yeah, well, some Everclear. They had a little run there for a minute in the mid late '90s.
Yeah, they put in some work. Who else is putting in some work? How about that for a professional segue? Is P. So this is the artist formerly known as Pure Storage. They now have rebranded as Everpure. So these guys are essentially trying to bask in the glow of all of the memory build out. These guys do storage. Essentially, if memory is a big bottleneck, that will that is a tailwind for storage as well. These guys have not gone crazy like the memory stocks have. So we can slap on DRAM. This is the ETF. Wow, look at that. The tracks. Oh my goodness gracious.
I'm
line up.
in a trade right now. Actually, speaking of spiking QTTB, I said this over 12.5, we'd get a good squeeze here. So I'm in QTTB at the 1127 entry mark. So 1127, beautiful dip buy op down in that area, hitting new highs here. So QTTB, I just want to put that on the radar. I haven't talked about my trade, but that is my baby at 1127 on the entry price there.
Let me really quickly dissect your little trade here. So I think that you were watching. What were you watching? Probably. Was it somewhere in this 11 to 1150-ish kind of zone? You're looking for the dip buys?
Right. Yeah, and especially when we got that quick dip at around the what would that be? I guess that'd be 10:35 market time. That'd be 7:35 your time. Right down into that area, you can see there's so much sweepage down there. So I said, man, told my team if we see another play down into that area, and I literally just had a meeting with Adar and Katz earlier, and right after I got out of that meeting, got filled right around 11:40 our time. Or 11:40 Eastern time, market time, or of course that would be 8:40 your time is when I got filled on that big red candle back on down, and been chilling with it since. Yeah, beautiful move on up here. Probably going to see a new high of day. I'd bet it tests 13 and then rolls from that up. Beautiful dip buy. We've seen some great plays. I know we'll go back over before we're done. You already look at MNTS, so you know what MNTS did.
I'm in it right now, brother.
Oh, well, then you know that. Okay, cool. And then hopefully you saw what ASTC did today, right?
AFTC.
ASTC.
Yes, ASTC. I saw that one. That was crazy. I had somebody in my chat going, come on, man. This can't keep going. Come on, man. It looks like it's going higher.
Yeah, it definitely is making that double bottom test at 14. I say double bottom, but it's kind of creating that little W-shaped little bottom consolidation at 14 there from earlier. And yeah, if this can get going. I mean, we saw what MNTS did yesterday, so bringing some heat. I mean, definitely bringing some heat in the small cap sector. So I just wanted to throw that out there. We've got some plays still moving in the small caps.
I love it. All right. I will bore you guys with one last earnings setup. I know this is a slower mover, but
I just saw that. That's so funny, bro. Before you move on, before I forget, I was literally on the earnings going over today, and I saw there was an A ticker coming out and a P ticker coming out today. I'm like, okay, that's different. And then right after I looked at that and I verified that Snow did come out today to you, I just go back to the live stream, and then all of a sudden you bring up, what do you bring up? I have no idea that P was going to be Everpure. I have no idea that I wouldn't even look at the name of the company. I was like, okay, P sounds cool. P and A are coming out today. So that is so funny. I just now look back at that. I'm like, oh, I just looked at that, and here you are going over it. So
here we go. It might be that time.
He's got the goods.
Josh, I love the synchronicity, it's on our radars at the same time. So what I wanted to talk about is it's a really pretty setup in a space that's adjacent to the big ballers in the memory space. So I wanted to show it compared to the DRAM, but that doesn't really help us when it's just such a new ETF. This is a better representation. So the green here is your baby, my old baby, Micron. So absolutely explosive. So you are seeing this pullback in Micron. That was the big dip buy down to 670-ish or so before the big slingshot up. We are starting to see that same slingshot happening on P, but it's got a lot of room to catch up is what I'm looking at. I think it's being held back by earnings. I think it's being held back because it is not doing the same kind of, it's not doing memory in the way that Micron is the most like desirable thing. But as the trickle down effect goes, you will just need more storage. All of these same tailwinds will apply to these companies that are pivoting from, more of a, what do you call? I don't even know, Josh. Like, what did you do as a data storage company before data centers? I don't know. That was these guys. Now they want in on the action. They're starting to get that data center narrative, and that data center re-rate should be around the corner. That would look like a smashing through this previous high of the what am I? Oh, okay. I was like, is this previous high really $800? No, I was looking at Micron's scale there. So this previous high is at $100, and that's where I see the real party starting. This daily chart, it looks good, but the real money is on this higher time frame, weekly and monthly charts here. So this is really, really clean. A little inverted cup or inverted head and shoulders. You've got the big pivot level. I love big pivots, Josh. And this one was really important. This monthly pivot, where essentially you can see it on the month. Resistance, resistance, support, and now pushing higher. So it should continue this trend upwards and outwards. I think that this is going to be a $130 stock in not too long. It could be as soon as today if this earnings is really good. But in general, this is a play that I hold. I have shares from, I started a position at 83, and I added some off of the reclaim of the 9 here at 79. So average price of just about 81-ish. And I think this one's going to be a real good one, guys. So we're going to keep an eye on this one. This is my black sheep that I'm watching into earnings. That's what I got for the earnings plays. We'll be talking more, having a little presentation later, Josh. But until then, I'm sitting here in my NVIDIA, and it's cooking. Do you have any levels for NVIDIA intraday here?
What'd you say?
Do you have any levels for NVIDIA intraday while I got you here?
Yeah, sure. Let's take it out. Let's take it out and take a look here. So I will go back and give you some levels here. Oh, the 215, if I'm not mistaken. Was it 215? Yeah, 215, 214, 50 area. The main one here it is. That's the main one. 218-ish area. 218.20. We'll go from the lows last Monday, low last Tuesday, low last Thursday. Major resistance coming Friday, and of course that was Tuesday's high. That's my key level. That I was like, which one's like a big sandwich area? Actually, even going back to Friday, the 8th of May, that was really close to the high of day, right around 218 to 218.20. That's it for me. You get back over that, you fully broken and reclaim that downtrend that we're in from all-time highs that we've made. We've been in a downtrend since. Now let's see, again, talked about that earlier on in play. Can we find a low and then stop creating what? A lower low pattern and a lower high pattern, which we've just continued to do. And so that first key area to me is back over 215, and we do that. The move to 216.30, and then the key area for me is at 218 to 218.20 mark. And if you clean that, hold it. I bet if I had to put a prop bet in Vegas, I love doing those type of things. You'd find those websites that let you just do that. Like, hey, here's my bet. NVDA reclaims 218 and holds it for a day. This play will move back up and create new all-time highs.
Beautiful. I love that because I picked up some NVIDIA this morning off of 211. This one goes to 11. I'll show you that, guys, real quickly why. Get out of here, Micron. Don't haunt me with your bullishness. I don't want to see it. What I want to see is this. This is really clean for me, guys. People forget that NVIDIA is at the center of the AI trade. If you're bullish AI, why are you bearish NVIDIA? Doesn't make sense to me. So it cooled off. Came right back down to the previous swing high. I love that. It's got the daily trigger. That's the big thing for me. Josh, you can see it loves to catch these daily triggers and then start an uptrend. So I'd love to get a little bit of position. In fact, I did get a little position long here, and I'm looking to take it on up to, I don't know. Draw this range out. I'll sell some at 250, Josh. How about that? I'll be good.
All right,
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So I'm a bull. What can you say? I think it's a good place to get involved, and I think it's acting right intraday here. I will double check. Yeah, looking like it's flagging. And my chart loads. There we go. It looks like it's flagging tightly, wants to push higher. I love this price action, and I love that, Josh, this is, I'm proud of this. I might not be very clear-headed today, but I know that, and I'm just taking the trades that are easy for me. I got the big level, and I'm watching it coil under it, so I'm saying, hey, if we get the break, this is a big setup. So I'll take a little nibble, assuming that we hold essentially the base we broke out from right there. Take the little nibbles in here, start taking them out as we break here, just in case I'm wrong. Hey, I'm right? Great. I'll take some off because it's probably going to come down a little. Thought it was holding here. Hey, I was wrong. Needed one more sweep out, but it held the initial breakout. and off to the races here. So hopefully we get the traction to keep on pushing here. Seeing a little bit of a false break candle there, so keeping an eye. Might be time to take a little more off. But so far, feeling pretty decent about this. Also, the APLD trade, this one's just smashing, bumping and grinding up higher.
Good. Looking good. I don't want to forget, too, always want to get back to our traders in chat. We had Groundhog ask about INFQ, anybody in considering it. It's been on my radar since it popped up there on Thursday of last week. It had earnings almost 2 weeks ago Thursday, which would be 2 weeks ago tomorrow. Had a nice good move up, and it was a great play for us on Thursday of last week, and been looking at it since then. It's still a good mover. Am I in on it now? No, but I do feel this play does continue up here if we can hold my bounce play on Thursday, which is pre-market high, ends up being beautiful support right around 1420. That to me is the key. If we hold that, I think we could still hold kind of a bull flaggy-ish look and still squeeze and go up. And the key, the area on the way up, because we are creating a weird-ish kind of head and shoulders, is right around the 1650 to 1670 mark. That to me is the breakout point to where this can surge back on up, and then you don't have to worry about those lows anymore. 15 is definitely key too, just a whole round number. Major support from yesterday, pretty much for the day as well.
Love that. No, I think that's a really good look. I've also been watching INFQ. So this is one of the only quantum names that I actually kind of think is a good company. I mean, I think they'll all go up. But this is the one that I think has actually decent fundamentals. NVIDIA coming back a little bit. Dang, that might be all she wrote for today. We'll see. I think that it's still got a chance to tag up into that 215 tomorrow and potentially push higher into the rest of the week. But for INFQ here, what I'm really looking for is a back test into this 15 to 50 or to 14 zone personally for a little bit of a backtest in that newly forming 200 day before trying to push on up out of this new consolidation. As Josh mentioned, it could get stuffed because we do have lots of shorts trying to step back in, but I think these guys get cooked. We have a consolidation essentially like that, and then to the upside like that. And in general, as long as we don't lose this low, which would be quite a fallout, so I'm not in this stock. But, this is where I would be looking for a dip buy to potentially break on and out, because I think all of these names are going to go higher. IonQ, very, very strong. As we saw, if it breaks this level, we expect it to go up, and it is working so far. So, Josh, any standouts in the space here for you, in the quantum space? I like RGTI, personally.
Yeah, I mean, of course, who doesn't want to go to Rigetti? But it always reminds me of saying spaghetti, so then there goes my food for the day. But I like the ones that are a little bit lower priced, just because you're getting in a little bit earlier on the game, so if you can find anything that's lower priced, that's where I'm going toward. But you can't help but go to bigger names out there. But yeah, Rigetti's one of them. It still hasn't. And again, you go back to like Intels of the world that we've covered so frequently, just other tickers that have a potential big push still to be had, and how low the ticker still is. And so that's, you think about a lot of the trades we try to take, the risk reward. Well, if the max reward's here and the max for risk is here, and the reward potential is so much higher than the risk, it's kind of one of those things, well, this is where you just stab at it. This is a good investment for that reason.
I like that for sure. And I think it's worth it to just have a little bit. You can also just go with the ETF here, the Quantum QNTM. This is just another way, you see it trying to squeeze over the 200. It may get bopped a little bit, but this is one. Is this an ETF? No, this is not. This is I'm glad I looked. This is a biopharma company. Don't buy this. What is the Quantum ETF? I know there is one. QTUM, that's what it is. Okay, that looks much better. Holy moly. Wow.
Yeah, we'll send them over and have them train with something they have no idea. I'm like, oh yeah, why no? Come on, we didn't tell you that, ticker.
Just send it. So I am a big fan of just the tightening on Rigetti over its 200. 2 really nice inside days. Put this on the top of my focus list. I would love just a little bit of an undercut into this imbalance here, that daily breakaway, and then getting in there. And then when it reclaims, you're nice and protected already by that 200 day. That's in a perfect world. So we will see if that happens. Meanwhile, I'm still in my NVIDIA trade. It is still respecting and eating these dips. So I think that it wants to go higher. And it's just a matter of getting through this little bit of weakness in SPY. If SPY can turn the corner, NVIDIA wants up. And speaking of wanting up, holy moly, APLD. Josh, I think it's doing the big one.
APLD could stand for one thing. Applause.
No.
We applaud you. We applaud you. We applaud you for your great trade.
I'm embarrassed how long I thought APLD was a way to short Apple. I was sure it was a like Apple down. Okay, great. That makes sense. What I now realize is that APLD actually is something that's going to go very, very high, unlike shorting Apple, because I think that we're just getting this major, major breakout. I'm going to leave these short bubbles on here just to show you how hard they've tried to keep this thing down. This is how much effort it takes to not have this thing surge up. This is how much buying it takes to have this thing surge 1,000% off the lows. So I am a firm believer that these are just starting their reprice much, much higher. Massive cup and handle puts the measured move of this thing. If we're incredibly conservative, Josh, and just measure from, where is this measuring from? Never mind, I am measuring from the bottom. Logarithmic charts can be a doozy to get your head around, but essentially, if you measure all the way from the bottom to all the way here, the halfway point is actually just there at 1750. It looks crazy on this, but these log charts can show how it doesn't look that crazy to just get up to this green line, right? This previous high even. That would be another 100% move from here, and it could very well just be the start. So someday, I think this is going to be playing with these major extensions from the entire range, and that, okay, all right, we're not going to get to 1700. That's a little crazy. But my point is the targets can get very, very stretched. Yeah, if we looked at IREN when I started charting it, it seemed crazy to chart it up in the hundreds, but that's what our fibs were telling us. We were saying it's going to, as soon as it breaks this 28, it's going to surge to 70 and then chill and make a decision. And well, it has surged to 70 and is now chilling, and it looks like the decision is higher, which means the next level, that 200 spot for IREN. Guys, do not sleep on these.
Also, there's one thing also not to sleep on, my man. You know what that is?
I don't. Bad mattress?
Oh, that's definitely one thing. But also, the Trading World Championship, the TWC of 2026. Of course, the world has a World Cup, and so does trading. That's right. And it comes here with Trade the Pool, the Fivers Futures, and Trade Set Go. That's right. It's a broker now. So we have brokers, we've got prop firms, we've got it all over here. Of course, you got events. You can go to the events page, traders contest, the predictions, register, all the F&Q, all the information you need here. So the agenda, traders contest, we got cash prizes for you. Cash, $1 million. Do what, bro?
Sorry, that's just my favorite. I love cash. Give me some.
Cash. June 11th through the 19th, the following week here, or through that week, I guess. Oh, that's right. That's some of it. So we have two things going on at once. The World Cup predictions. That's how, duh. So you can predict the World Cup, and we're going to give away eval. So it's kind of like, we're going to get to it, Steve, but what we'll do for sure next year for March Market Madness, or for March Madness when it comes to college basketball, you guys will be able to fill out a bracket, and we'll get to see on the leaderboard who has the best picks and who's really predicted the best Market Madness. And now we get to do that. We're doing that now for the first time ever for you guys on the World Cup. So that's right. You can come over and predict. All you have to do is enter. And you can see up top, game predictions. The Traders Contest is here. You go make sure you register. That's the Traders Contest. Up to $20,000 in cash prizes. The game predictions, we actually will predict games up to $1 million in evaluations, and one-on-one brand battles. So it looks like me and Steve will be battling some people from the Fivers or Trade Set Go or whoever it might be, because it doesn't matter who we put. Listen, they can put whoever they want in front of us. Steve's coming out with a crowbar, and I'm coming out with an AK-47, and there ain't no way when you pick us a Mortal Street Fighter Combat that we aren't coming to the victorious. And there won't be round one fight, round two. It ain't gonna be a round three. Listen, Jordan didn't go to game 7, and listen, Crowbar Steve and AK-47 don't go to round 3. It's 1-2, you're done. Okay, so listen, we're gonna sweep them right out the building, just like the Knicks swept the Cavs. Okay, it's gonna happen, baby. So you come on over here. You got cash prizes up to $1 million in evaluations. We hope to see you guys come June. We got the World Trading Challenge here. You better be a part of this. Go sign up. The link is in our description of today's live stream. And there it is again, our boy, Ayish putting that in chat. So had to put that out there, guys. Nigel, you better attack. I don't care. Listen, you may have $1 million in your back pocket. You still better come over and participate. Michael Anthony, Tack, Crowbar, as in the other Crowbar, your brother That would be the Crow. That's right, Crow in chat. That's your other brother. We got Ingrid Smoked Tuna. All of you, I want you to participate. And everyone out there just listening to the Wallflowers. We got Groundhog from earlier. We had Mr. Eric in chat. We had G. Delcore. Everyone in chat today. Mr. Joe. Did someone say crowbar? Crowbar's up. You like that?
Crowbar's up. I like that. Is that anything?
Well, it's the gift from the gift that I sent over to the Discord when your name was brought up yesterday, and I put that Home Alone gif.
Oh, I might have missed that one, Josh. I've been having a little bit of a flip, so I need to get back to all the messages. So thanks.
We'll transition that over, and
There we go. We're back. Can't get rid of me that easy, guys.
Yep, there you go. I just want to pull that up again. 100% the World Trading Challenge, Trading World Championship. It's awesome. Multi-brand event, like I said. So definitely take advantage of that. It's going to be some fun stuff come June, and we're going to start doing that more often. I got some stuff proposed. We'll talk about that, Steve. But just some fun stuff that I did propose to Gil Adar and of course Mr. Michael Katz. How about we do maybe say let's see how about the Super Bowl. So the Super Challenge is what we're going to call it next January, right before the Super Bowl, because we got the NFL playoffs, right? And all of us have to predict the best stock. Who's going to have the best stock in January? And we can only go long. And we're going to predict who's going to win, who's going to have the best percentage gain of January. How about some more fun stuff like the trading competition, like another beat Ackerman, so we all have to get to say a certain amount, right, to see how much you can make throughout a week or a day period or whatever it might be. I like this one, the random stock picker challenge. So we get a Wheel of Destiny, and all the streamers here on Trade the Pool all get a Wheel of Destiny. There's all these different tickers on it. And it lands on APLD, and that's your ticker that you can trade, day trade for the week. So it'll be me versus you, Crowbar Steve. You get APLD, and then boom, I get BE Bloom Energy, and I can only trade it if we go long and go short, and it's me versus you for that, and then Michael Nawson versus me. I think that would be fun. And how about a team challenge? So it's me and it's Crowbar Steve. It's AK-47 versus Michael Nawson Nader and Money Mitch. And we could do that. And so then it would be like, say, Jesse and Airplane Jane versus, and we'll get some of you guys involved like last time. Coach TB, we'll get some more of you guys involved. Like I said, I got a lot of ideas popping and rocking and rolling in my head. AU, same thing for stuff like you as well. So you guys look forward to some fun adventures and challenges like this. But the big one coming up, of course, take advantage of the Trading World Challenge we have going on.
I just don't want to jinx it because you've been talking and SPY's going up and NVIDIA's holding and I'm just chilling. I don't want to rock the boat here, Josh. What I will say is I did get down to a runner size of 25 shares on APLD. I was up to 200 at one point, now down to that 25 shares, looking at $25 profit on those 25 shares. So that was a really nice trade. Put in a tight stop because this looks like potentially the end of an intraday move, a big surge through the high of the day, a bigger pop into all-time highs, and now just a little bit of a pullback. If it loses that big spike up, which, hey, it may not as the market surges, as NVIDIA pushes, but hey, if it does get out, that's enough of a trade for me. I'll be looking to get back in, start building that position down at 47.50-ish, probably realistically more down in 47 zone. But in general, Josh, I'm just holding these shares with a death grip because I know where we're going, and it's higher. And speaking of that, NVIDIA's still trying its best to cook. So Josh, anything left?
Yeah. So how tight do you hold the crowbar? Speaking of holding tight, what's the is it? It can't be too tight, right? You got to have just enough little wiggle room in there, right? It's like about a 7 out of 10, maybe tight, but not tight.
Yeah.
Too tight.
Something like that. So you need to choke up on it a little bit. It's like a bat, you can't otherwise you'll just throw that thing across the room. But you gotta have a little wiggle in it. Just like stocks need to wiggle, that bat needs to wiggle, that crowbar needs to wiggle, because I need that leverage, Josh. And that's why I trade with Trade the Pool.
Not a better segue. And don't forget, team, like I said, Trading World Cup, take advantage of that. One-on-one battles, we'll have that again tomorrow. So one-on-one battles, I'll be around tomorrow. So maybe you'll be challenging me tomorrow. Maybe it's me that I go up against somebody. So I will be joining the live stream tomorrow. That will be, I think that's right around 9 a.m. when you guys can start entering the contest. And then the battle starts somewhere right around 10 a.m. get ready. You guys can have a chance to play a trade against one of us. You get 10 minutes. 10 minutes to trade. And if you beat us, whoever has the most P&L. So if I have more P&L than you, I win. But if you have more P&L than me, you win. And that would win a 25K eval for you. And all this, like when we say you guys get a 25K eval, yes, you could use essentially credits, like I've talked about so often. Hopefully you've heard this enough. But if not, maybe I'm catching your ear for the first time. They're essentially credits to go get a free 25K eval. But say you want a 50K or you 100K, that's essentially like having a gift card toward that. So it accounts toward it, and it makes it even cheaper for you. So use it how you want to, or even get multiple 5K accounts. Just load them up. Just keep getting one 5K if you need them. Just start with 5K and you go from there. But it's how you want to use them. And so I just want to bring that up big time. I think it's great that we're doing that for you guys. And yeah, join us back. Speaking of, but Steve will be back for the Power Hour and After Hours commentary at 30 minutes before the closing bell. I will join as soon as I can. I'll be joining today. I'll be in a one-on-one, and I'll be maybe trying to start that a little bit earlier and get out of it a little bit earlier, so that way I can join Steve as soon as possible. Regardless, Steve always has an amazing breakdown for you guys and a rundown of everything we talked about earlier, not only from CRM and Snow. We got some other tickers to look at in After Hours today. We want you guys to come back and join us for that After Hours stream. As always, those After Hours streams are a different stream, but you guys stay right here, and it pops right on up for you, so you go right over to it. And that's when we'll be back again. We'll put the scanners up until we run into that stream, which is about, an hour and a half from right now. Steve will be back, rocking and rolling, and I'll join him right after that. We can't wait for you guys to join us for another great After Hours earnings stream. And again, Smoke Tuna, I know you keep saying that, but I've worked with more traders than you have, and it's about up to, it's probably 3,000 to 5,000 traders I've talked to and worked with throughout the years, truly. And I would say at a 3 to 5K, let's just call 3K, I bet 2,900 of them didn't need to start with anything more than a 5K account. Why? Because they just need to learn how to trade stocks. They could go do it on a demo or they could do it on paper trading. But most need that, because most want to go too big and they blow their account. They blow it again. Why? Because they're going too big and they're worrying about P&L and they're not worrying about the chart. So that's the main reason why it's getting that. Now, and then here's also, no offense, but I live in a really poor state. One of the poor states in the United States. It's very poor. I know everyone thinks everyone in the United States has money. Let me take you a couple spots in Arkansas. I'll definitely take you a couple spots in Mississippi that you'll go, and they're happy to live that way. And then you know how much they make a week, in a month, in a year, and it's not very good. And so some people, my point being, especially in 2025 into 2026, in the economy we live in, may not have enough money for a 25K or 50K. I just know that off the, so I think it's great that traders need that just early on experience of just trading and just trying to go track journal back tests and get a formula down of what to rinse and repeat every day. Then secondly, the world we live in, I'm telling you right now, some people just can't afford it. And so if all they can afford to maybe get that extra income in is a 5K eval, it's exactly why we offer it. And that's why I'm glad we do offer it for sure.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, absolutly. It's opening.
Right beside me, real quick. Oh my gosh, he says he lives in Jacksonville Air Force Base. James, I live literally 2-3 miles from the Air Force. The C-130s are flying over my house every day.
Love it. Yeah, guys. So we've had a good session here, Josh. We caught some nice trades there. I did get stopped out of that APLD, by the way, and just hanging on to the NVDA into the close. Probably going to swing that. So that's all I got for y'all. That's all for this crowbar today until the earnings.
I love how you're taking this on now. At first, you're kind of like, man, really? And now you're like, I kind of like this. People are kind of scaring me now. I might just show up with a crowbar.
I just might. I'm coming around. So thanks everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all.
Thank y'all. Y'all see y'all again this afternoon for the After Hour stream.